crowd at Kauffman Stadium. And on this warm early October night, fans in Kansas City are just getting warmed up for what they hope is a long, deep run into the fall, as FS1 welcomes you to Game 1 of the American League Division Series between the Houston Astros and the Kansas City Royals. Welcome to Kansas City. Matt Vasgersian. The Kansas City Royals host the first in this best-of-5 division series based on the top record in the American League, a 95-win campaign that goes down as one of the best in franchise history. The Astros are just 2 years removed from a 110-loss season, but their quicker than expected turnaround after a wild card win on Tuesday has many folks thinking that Houston could do with a wild card win what the Royals did with it last year and take it all the way to a World Series appearance. I welcome in my broadcast partners, A.J. Pierzynski, Hall of Famer John Smoltz. John, let's start by talking about the matchup for Game 1. If I had suggested to you on opening day that Colin McHugh and Yordano Ventura would have started a postseason series, you might have looked at me funny, but these two guys have been really good down the stretch.
They really have, and for Ventura, about a year ago, he came out of the pen for the Royals. Didn't do so well, but he rebounded nicely with a 2.25 ERA the rest of the way. But he didn't do too well this year coming out of the number 1 spot, and then he rebounded. 8-1 his last 11 starts. If you like 100 miles an hour and you like knee-buckling curveballs, well, it's power against power. The Houston Astros love to hit home runs, and this guy loves to throw his fastball. On the other side, Colin McHugh, a year ago, got his first career win. He was 0-8 before he got to the Astros, and the second half was a lot better for him. He won 19 games. Not so much power, but finesse against a contact lineup.
So many young stars in both lineups. And, A.J., let's talk about perhaps the brightest young star, if not in this field, then in all of baseball. It's hard to imagine that you'd say this of a 21-year-old rookie, but Carlos Correa leads the Astros into the postseason.
It really is an amazing story for myself to go into the clubhouse today with the Houston Astros and meet this kid for the first time. I wanted to meet him just to get a feel because I've heard all these great things. And to a man in the Astros clubhouse, they said, this is our guy. This is the guy we look to. This is the guy we want to lead us. He's the calming influence. He's the guy everyone on the field looks for, including the manager, A.J. Hinch. And for him to do this at 21 years old, to hit 22 home runs since June 8th when he got called up, is an amazing story. I couldn't be more impressed with this kid in the 5 minutes we got to talk to him. He speaks well. He acts well. And Derek Jeter, A-Rod, all the all-time great shortstops are guys he looked up to. This kid has a chance with the way he carries himself and the way he plays shortstop to stick. And not only, it's hard to say to surpass those guys, but to come close, especially if they can win in this postseason.
One of the most dynamic young lineups in baseball has the Houston Astros back in the postseason for the first time in a decade. The only AL team to spend more time in first place than Houston this year, the Kansas City Royals, who after coming so close to a World Series title last year, have designs on getting back to the Fall Classic. Game 1 of the ALDS is next. Conditions for baseball, 82 degrees, a little warmer than usual these parts this time of year, but no less enjoyable as a packed house is ready for the start of this big division series. Let's get right to A.J. Hinch's Astros starting lineup for Game 1. They'll start it with a three-time All-Star Jose Altuve at second base. George Springer and Carlos Correa bat second and third today. Colby Rasmus hit a big home run in the wild card game at Yankee Stadium on Tuesday. He's in left field batting cleanup. Evan Gattis, Luis Valbuena, home run threat Chris Carter, catcher Jason Castro, and center fielder Jake Marisnick rounded out for Houston. And on the mound, 24-year-old opening day starter Yordano Ventura. Ventura's final tune-up start came Saturday at Minnesota. He gets the ball here in Game 1, and we are ready to go. First pitch of the game is in there for strike one.
Well, you're going to see a lot of fastballs, and you're going to see a lot of them over 97. And if it looks like he kicks a field goal after he's done, well, that's his finish. Knee-buckling curveballs I mentioned, and he's going to be on the attack.
Altuve on an 0-1 pitch lines a clean base hit into left, and that's how this Game 1 gets underway. Yordano Ventura last year, guys, in the postseason made 5 appearances, 4 starts, and as John alluded to early, AJ, that did not get off to a great start with that one and only relief stint, that bullpen appearance he made in the wild card game against Oakland last year. After that hiccup, he was pretty good last fall.
This guy's pretty good, period. I mean, obviously opening day starter, but for him to come in this year and start Game 1 is huge. The wild card game, he came in, gave up huge home runs. Basically almost lost the game for him. They came back and won, but this guy's got electric stuff. You see Jose Altuve hit his curveball, though. That's a good sign for the Astros that he laid off the heater at 98 and he was still able to stay back and hit the 84-mile-an-hour curveball.
Working a ball and a strike to Houston right fielder George Springer. Altuve off first to start the visitors' half of the first inning, and it's 1-1 to Springer.
Well, Altuve and most of the Astros lineup, there's not a pitch they don't like.
No, they swing, and I like it. I love to swing the bat, John. You know that. And I love guys that swing the bat.
And that's the cat and mouse game today. You can get some quick outs if you're Ventura with the fastball, and you can get some strikeouts if you get to 2 strikes, because nobody's worse with 2 strikes than the Astros.
1-1 to Springer, stays inside, 2 balls and a strike. We mentioned Ventura's last tune-up start in the regular season, guys, an 11 strikeout performance Saturday at Minnesota. And whether you're talking about that start or any of the other 27 he made this year, swing and miss stuff on the mound for Ned Yost's right-hander today.
There's no doubt. He has the best stuff that they have on the team coming out of the starting rotation. And you see the breaking ball right there. You see Springer give a little bit of a buckle there. That's what happens. When in the back of your mind, you know he has 97 miles an hour. When you see it come out of his hand up, you see a little bit of a buckle there from a hitter. And that's when you know you have a guy as a pitcher and a catcher. You can say, whoa, I saw him buckle. Now if I can throw a good one again, I can get him to roll over, maybe hit a double play or get the strikeout, which is what he's looking for.
2-2 to Springer. Still a 2-ball, 2-strike count to the Houston right fielder. We'll be talking about this as a theme for the Astros all series long. Youth is served in Houston. George Springer, just 25 years old, and you can believe it, that makes him one of the more experienced guys on a very young, very athletic, very exciting Astros lineup. Altuve off first, and the 2-2 is again fouled at the plate.
Well, with this lineup, it's energetic, it's fearless. They don't care about the story. They don't care about where they are, as proof in New York. But the one thing as a pitcher is if you make a mistake, they're going to make you hurt. It's going to hurt. But if you make your pitches and you get them out of the quadrants of the strike zone, you're going to see a lot of strikeouts. That's the give and take with the Astros lineup.
I'm also waiting for Altuve to go. He usually goes early in the count, and for him to wait 4 or 5 pitches is surprising to me. I know Salvador Perez is one of the best catchers at throwing guys out, but it's surprising me that they haven't pressed the envelope already.
Close on the throw over to first base. Jose Altuve led the American League in stolen bases for the 2nd consecutive season in 2015. Springer still hanging around.
These are the at-bats, John, you know, that frustrate pitchers. You think you make a good pitch, they foul it off, they get a piece of it. And if the Astros can put these at-bats on them, it'll get Ventura out of the game, it'll get his pitch count up. These are the at-bats, and as a catcher, you're like, just hit the ball, just put it in play, just move on. whether you get a hit or not. But I just want this at bat over so we can start over on the next guy.
Carlos Correa waits on deck. Leadoff hitter aboard. Altuve at first via the opening single. And here's the next 2-2. Full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes to George Springer. For Yordano Ventura, and we visited with him yesterday, the discussion around his maiden voyage into postseason baseball last year was nerves. And for a guy who was wound tight to begin with on the mound, it was a little too much for him to overcome in that relief stint in last year's wild card game. As we mentioned, he calmed down the rest of the postseason, and he has been particularly good down the stretch for the Royals, leading all the way to this assignment here in Game 1 tonight. Springer has worked it full. Here is the 3-2 home, and he misses for ball 4. So a base hit and a base on balls have opened the night against Yordano Ventura.
Well, this is a big meeting.
Yeah, in the second half, what he's been able to do, Ventura, is he's been able to throw his curveball anytime he wants for strikes. That's the 8-run record. He has control of it today. A little bit anxious. The first couple were tight and not breaking as much, and then you try to sweep the ball out of the zone. So this is what you talked about, 21-year-old kid in his first.
Here we go.
Here we go.
First and second, nobody out in your first postseason at bat in the ALDS on the road. This is a big situation for this kid. Everything we talked about, everything we've heard, this guy will handle it with no problem. But I just thought that was a huge meeting for Salvador Perez to go out there and try to calm his boy down out there.
First pitch home to Carlos Correa is taken for a strike.
As you know, John, in the postseason, sometimes you just need a breather. You need a break. You need an opportunity to look around, catch your breath, and start over. And after a walk, after a base hit, that's the time to go out there. Not 2-0, not 3-0 in the middle of a hitter, but between hitters when you can get a chance to really calm the guy down.
Quickly 0-2 to Carlos Correa. Correa hit safely in 10 of his last 12 regular season games down the stretch. Was hitless Tuesday in the Astros wildcard win at Yankee Stadium. Has 2 runners aboard here with nobody out in the top of the first. A ball and 2 strikes. Sal Perez behind the plate as he was for the Royals' entire postseason run last year. One of the most durable backstops in recent memory. And once again led baseball in games started and innings caught. And he'll be quarterbacking Ventura through this one tonight.
Watch how good he is blocking the ball in the dirt. All these Royals guys have confidence in him, but just watch the way he knocks the ball down, stops the ball. There's no advancement ever on this guy. And he's one of the best I've seen for a big guy, getting low, stopping the ball. And John, you know, as a pitcher, if you're the guy, if you have confidence in your catcher to stop the ball, it helps that breaking ball tremendously.
The 2-2. You know, this is what the Astros do, and it's far too early in the game, John, to start to micro-scrutinize pitches per plate appearance. However, having said that, the Astros have seen 16 pitches already. They are yet to record an out, and A.J. Hinch shared that with us yesterday. Look, there are things that they do pretty well, and working the count is one of them, which is really unusual for such a young lineup.
Yeah, especially one that strikes out as much as they do. So they have a combination of which I think they become better in the second half, but they do lead baseball in the American League in swings and misses as second in home runs to Toronto.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Carlos Correa. Big early jam for Yordano Ventura. Correa with a flare into the opposite field and foul.
Where the lineup really expands is later in the lineup. You know, Kobe Rasmus saw the big home run. The visiting teams have put pressure already in this brief postseason on the home crowds by taking leads and by winning. And that's the formula that you want. If you're coming in here, you'd love to just take a little bit of that momentum and energy. And this crowd is unreal for their home team.
Correa lines it into the opposite field, a base hit. Altuve's held at third. Single, base on balls, single have loaded the bases here in the top of the first with nobody out.
Another great at bat by the Astros. It started with Springer. now Correa just carried over. I mean, these guys start in 0-2 to work a walk and then a base hit. You see him just take what Ventura gave him right here. He threw a nice slider. Look at this swing, just staying inside, taking what the pitcher gives you. That's what hitting, especially with runners in scoring position, is all about. You know pitchers are going to try to get you to be over anxious and try to get you to roll over to hit into a double play. But Correa right there, wow, what a great at bat and what an even better swing to get the hit.
Boy, the records keep coming for Carlos Correa, youngest postseason batter with a base hit. And now it's Colby Rasmus, who again hit the big home run on Tuesday against Masahiro Tanaka in New York. Rasmus up there swinging, falls behind 0-1.
Yeah, this is one of the guys that, again, he's going to swing whenever it gets close to the plate. You don't want to mess with down and in or in to him. That's where he hit that home run. But I think for Ventura, this is a situation where maturity, giving up a run's not the end of the world. You just want to avoid that huge inning. You don't mind even a fly ball. Obviously, you want a ground ball, 2 outs to exchange for a run.
Rasmus with a bouncer to second. Zobrist will make the play. They'll concede the run for the out as Altuve scores to put the Astros on the board here in the first.
Well, defensively, this team is really good, and he hits the ball pretty hard, but again, making sure you get it out, not trying to do anything incredible. You got a chance here now with a base open to pitch around Gaddis a little bit if you want.
Damage control, Smolty. That's what you're talking about.
Yep.
If you give up 1 in this situation, that's a great inning. Bases loaded, no outs. Hey, I gave up 1 run. You can live with that as a team. The problem you run into as a pitcher is you try to make too good of pitches. You walk a guy, you give up a base hit. Next thing you know, you're looking at a crooked number. 1 run is fine. Even 2 runs here.
Evan Gaddis grounds to shortstop. Escobar will concede a run for an out as they're able to get Gaddis. However, another RBI on a ground ball in the first, and it's 2-0 Houston.
With the exception of third base, the middle of the infield is back. Gaddis runs pretty good for a big guy. And right there, great jump by Springer. This is an aggressive, young, athletic Houston Astros, fearless.
So now one of the veterans in the Houston lineup as Luis Valbuena digs in with 2 in, 2 out, and a runner at second. And he's up there swinging. Valbuena, at the age of 29, played in his first career postseason game Tuesday, the wild card win at Yankee Stadium.
You want to talk about the Astros philosophy? Here it is, Luis Valbuena right here. This guy might take the biggest hack in the major leagues, and he's not afraid to strike out. But when he hits it, it'll go. He kind of personifies the Astros philosophy as an offensive team here.
Ventura checks Correa. The 0-1 is in for a strike to put Valbuena behind 0-2. Well, starting series at home or even 1-game wild card games have not been very kind to those home teams. All the home teams so far have lost this postseason. The Royals will try to come out of an early hole to be the first this year. 2 in the Houston half of the first, however, has the Astros on top early in Kansas City. 2-0 lead in game one here in Kansas City as Colin McHugh gets ready to make his first ever postseason start. Alcides Escobar leading things off for the American League champs. We'll post the rest of the Royals lineup in a moment as the 28-year-old right-hander kicks and fires his first offering tonight. Is in for a strike. Escobar, Zobrist, and Kane for Kansas City. Royals will look to get back that damage as early as possible here in the first. 0-2 the count to Alcides Escobar.
For McHugh, he's a rhythm pitcher. Fastball, cutter, slider, and a really good curveball. Look for that curveball with 2 strikes. And I mentioned with 2 strikes, the difference between these two teams. Kansas City, pretty good. They battle. They don't strike out that much.
Escobar wraps it to third. Valbuena gloves and gets him at first. Let's get to the rest of Nedyo's starting lineup after Escobar, Zobrist, and Kane. Eric Hosmer and Kenrys Morales in the 4 and 5 spots. A pair of 2015 All-Stars bat 6 and 7 in Mike Moustakas and Sal Perez. Alex Gordon, the longest tenured Royals in left field, batting 8th tonight. And the right fielder Alex Rios is in the 9th spot. So one quick out for Colin McHugh, and now it's a 2-time All-Star, Ben Zobrist.
This is a big inning for McHugh for me. Shutdown inning after scoring 2 in the first inning. His first postseason game. This is a big inning for not only him but for his team. And get a quick first out helps things, and we'll see where he goes from here. But for me, this is a huge first inning.
Something we'll be talking about a lot, John, the way the Astros overshift defensively. They do it a lot. They have the last couple of years, and that look courtesy of StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services.
And the Royals have the ability to bunt. Look out for Hosmer. Of course, Moustakas has changed his approach. But you mentioned shutdown inning, very important historically, though the first 2 innings seem to be the trouble for McHugh, and then he settles down. The first inning, a high ERA. That could be the product of a couple games.
2 balls and a strike to Zobrist. And the big breaking ball is in for a strike.
The shift as a hitter, it messes with your mind. As a guy that doesn't get shifted on a lot, but knowing when certain teams do it, there's a couple teams in the National League this year that shifted on me. It just messed with your mind because you knew what they were going to try and pitch you like, because you're like, oh, they're shifting on me, they're going to throw me in, which helped you, sometimes made you expand in because you wanted to prove to them that you can hit it through the shift. That's why the guys like David Ortiz and the great hitters don't worry about it. They can just hit it over the shift.
Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Ben Zobrist. Lined into right field, a base hit. Well, Zobrist is one of the only Royals to have faced Colin McHugh more than once or twice, and he cashes in on him here with 1 gone.
Yeah, you see where the pitch is. They're trying to go away, caught the middle of the plate. This guy's got a quick snatch with the left side of the plate and really the right side. He's having an incredible year since coming here to Kansas City, and a 2-strike hit, although be 3 and 2.
So 1 out, 1 on now for the center fielder and 2015 All-Star starter Lorenzo Cain. Cain was one of the Royals who enjoyed a real coming out party in last year's postseason. He was named 2014 ALCS MVP. Stayed hot all the way through the World Series. And has continued that in 2015, setting career highs almost across the board offensively. There goes Zobrist. Cain takes a pitch outside. Throw into, almost tails into center field, but it's high. And it allows Ben Zobrist to steal second safely.
Well, you look at the lead right here, and 10 stolen bases against Colin McHugh. Good jump, and the Royals are not afraid to be aggressive. You saw this last year. It just created a mystique in their one game that they stole all those bases. The thought that they were going to steal every time is something that Ned Yost wanted the other team to believe.
And as a catcher, that's in your head. You know that in the back of your mind. All 9 of these guys, maybe Sal Perez, but the other 8 for sure can run and will run at any time. And as a catcher, in the back of your mind, you're always like, man, this guy could run. Maybe I need to change my game plan with the pitcher a little bit. Maybe I need to call more fastballs. And these guys feast on pitches like that, especially fastballs out over the plate.
Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Lorenzo Cain. The left-handed hitting Eric Hosmer waiting on deck with a runner at second and 1 away. Cain hanging around on 1 and 2. Real contrast in the starting pitching assignment tonight, John, and you touched on it when we went on the air. Yordano Ventura, a hard thrower. In fact, among qualified starters, his fastball velocity was the hardest in the game. McHugh, a softer tosser. In fact, in his repertoire, he doesn't throw the fastball very often at all. Bounces a breaking ball there to run it to 2 and 2.
That's his bread and butter pitch, though. That has tremendous spin on it. The ability for that to break late is something the disciplined Kansas City Royals are going to have to recognize. And now, a little unexpected little quick rain shower.
We were all under the impression that we caught a break today because the forecast yesterday did not look good. This morning that changed and there was no threat of rain. But a passing shower now has thrown an unexpected wrench as it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Lorenzo Cain.
It's amazing when you think of this guy's journey in the queue. When he was in Colorado, he couldn't get that breaking ball to break. They told him to throw it harder. Things didn't work out for there or the Mets. But the Astros saw something they liked, and they have cashed in. Last year, he had a really good year. This year, a higher ERA. He's brought it down in the second half and made some adjustments with that cutter / slider.
But didn't he say that throwing it harder didn't work, so he actually started throwing it slower to make it break more?
And now Castro and McHugh want to have a conversation here on 2 and 2.
Did you like it when catchers went out to the mound right here, John?
Yeah, as long as they see something or recognize something. You know, you never want to give the pitcher a disadvantage by either the base runner at second giving location, or you're always worried about that signs that they're stealing or trying to pick up. So whatever it is that they were talking about, I'm sure it was pitch selection there. Be absolutely sure this is what we want to throw here with 2 strikes. And I believe they didn't give a sign there, so that was one of the things that we're looking.
They did not. If you notice, Castro just went back, squatted down, because he knows that was more about the signs, I feel, because if you don't give a sign, you're thinking Zobrist out at second base has a sign. He's been out there for a few pitches now, so he's seen the sequence, and guys have gotten really good at picking them up. I know certain teams focus on that, and they have a camera dedicated just to catcher to pick up the sign, so that's why they did that. It's a good move, and they probably also changed the signs. That's why you saw Altuve come into the mound to figure out what they had changed him to, so he was prepared for the pitch.
The next 2-2 to Cain is lifted into foul territory and out of play. Well, we saw some long at-bats in the top of the first, and the same seems to be happening here in the Royals half. Zobrist with a deep count, one that culminated with a base hit to right, and now Lorenzo Cain following suit.
Well, Cain, much like a lot of these guys, they battle pretty good batting average against with 2 strikes on them. As a team, just a tick below 200, which is a high average when the pitcher has the advantage.
McHugh out of the stretch again. The next 2-2 pitch buckled him. Cain might have thought that clipped him in the elbow. No such luck, and it's a full count now, 3-2.
He tried to stick his elbow into it, I think is what he was trying to do, Matty. You see him, he's like, oh, I'll try and stick my elbow into it and get to first any way he can. It was a good try. Fortunately for McHugh, he missed.
He picked up the spin and saw it was a break.
Yeah, he saw his high spin rate, so he figured he could get his elbow in front of it.
Well, here you go with your spin rate. It's not even the second inning yet. A full count to Lorenzo Cain. Again, Eric Hosmer waiting on deck. A broken bat liner, soft lead hit to third. Luis Balbuena picks it up on a hop and gets Cain at first base. So with 2 gone and a runner still in scoring position, John, let's take a look at the forward keys to the game.
Yeah, I'm going to stay with one theme, and it's hitting with 2 strikes, because the Astros and Royals have 2 different approaches. One is lift, clean, and separate, trying to hit home runs, and the other one is work the count and try to make the best of what the pitcher's doing, and that's what the Royals do as a team. And of course, as long as Houston keeps playing relentless and hitting home runs, they don't care what their averages are.
So now Eric Hosmer with 2 gone and Zobrist still at second. Hosmer finished the regular season with robust numbers, career highs in many cases. However, it was his very end of the season, his end of September, that the Royals are hoping doesn't continue into the fall. Last 9 games, Hosmer was 6 for his last 34. And that was a part of a lineup dynamic that in part could be attributed to the Royals' early clinch. They won the AL Central by plenty. A 12-game victory over the next closest team, the Twins. As a result, Ned Yost had a lot of bodies in and out of the lineup. And though the Royals were playing for home field advantage throughout this postseason, or the playoffs at least, there wasn't the same kind of urgency that there was for last year's Royals when they were fighting for their lives right down the stretch.
When we talked to Ned Yost, he mentioned that. And we asked him, were you guys bored because you won by such a large margin? And he said, no, we just wanted to give guys opportunities, give them breaks. And sometimes you see teams almost play these games like spring training games. And as a player, that's hard because you have to keep the intensity up when knowing you might only play 4 or 5 innings. And that's difficult as a player because you get used to, by the time September rolls around, playing 9 innings. And to know, hey, you're playing 2 innings in September is a different thing than what you're used to. You become used to the grind of grinding out 9 innings, 5 at-bats, 4 at-bats, whatever it is. And then to get 2 and get out, you have to kind of start over. And they did that the last week.
Breaking ball misses the corner, and it's 3 balls and a strike now to Eric Hosmer, as that rain that looked like it had gone away has picked up again here with 2 out. Kendrys Morales waits on deck. A little rain is not going to move anybody out of here tonight. McHugh's 3-1, and Hosmer pops it up. Fading toward the stands, and it's out of play. It's amazing, John, and I've heard you talk about this for a number of years, how in the postseason it is a completely different feel at bat to at bat. I mean, you have the feeling here with these battles going on, these deep counts, that it's not the first of a 5-game series, right, that it's a Game 7 type feeling already. I know that's an overused cliche, but the beginning of this one has some urgency that feels much different.
I'll explain a little more after this pitch if we have that luxury.
The 3-2 to Hosmer.
Well, what happens, you never see the crowd in the first inning react like this. You never see a pitcher in the regular season, at least I never did. 3-1, you're going to take more chances with a fastball. You don't assume anything in the playoffs. You don't assume you're going to get another start. And as a batter, you don't take any at-bats off. And I know it's a long season, never playing every day, but I got to imagine during the regular season there's a few at-bats that aren't quite as locked in as a playoff game.
Definitely. And the thing about the playoffs is everyone's watching. And every pitch matters so much. And you don't want to give that pitch away. You don't want to be the guy to let your teammates down. So the intensity picks up in the batter's box. And you see these guys having these at-bats.
Liner to first that Chris Carter handles, and a runner is left stranded in the Kansas City half of the first. Still 2-0 Astros. Is sponsored by Chevrolet. Find new roads. By Esurance, official sponsor of Major League Baseball. And by T-Mobile. Switch to the Data Strong network. Capacity crowd in Kansas City can do more than wave their towels with this light rain falling. Comes in handy when you're trying to dry off a seat as well. 2-0 Astros as we welcome you back. Chris Carter leads things off in the second. Carter, Castro, and Marisnick, the bottom third of the order for Houston. Chris Carter ended the regular season red hot. Something that didn't necessarily carry over to Tuesday's wild card game, but Carter did get in the record books to a degree. Here's the 0-2 home first of all from Ventura. Chris Carter on Tuesday became the second player in Major League history to record 3 walks in his first postseason game. Your teammate Frank Thomas did it back in '93 as a Blue Jay.
This coming from a guy that really, I mean, I know 54 on the year, but he's more thought of as tremendous power swing and miss until this recent stretch run and the adjustment he made with his hands. This guy was either home run or swing.
I'm impressed with 3 walks because I haven't walked 3 times in a game in my career. So that usually takes me a month to get to 3 walks. So to do that in one game is impressive.
High fly ball into right. Alex Rios is there for it, and there's one gone for Ventura. So we'll see if Ventura can get it back together here in the second. And based on the way this game began, with a base hit, a walk, and a single, it certainly could have had a worse first inning result than 2 for Houston. With 1 gone now, here's Jason Castro, a 2013 All-Star, who, along with Colby Rasmus, one of the handful of Astros to have some experience against Yordano Ventura. Castro 4 for 8 in limited appearances against the Kansas City right-hander.
And as good as Carter has gone the last 30, this guy's gone the other way. 146 the last 30 games for the Astros, but he calls and gets his pitchers through the game, which is about as important as if he were hitting 300.
I'd say more important, John.
Yeah.
2 balls and a strike to count to Jason Castro.
This guy came up known for his bat. So for him to kind of flip the script and now be known for his glove is a credit to him. This guy can still hit. He'll still run into some home runs. He was banged up this year. But this guy was an all-star, not because of his defense, but because he can hit.
97 swung through at the plate, and it's a 2-strike count now. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jason Castro. Average fastball velocity by Yordano Ventura during the regular season greater than 96 miles an hour, tops in baseball. And he strikes out Jason Castro. So 2 out, bases empty now for the center fielder Jake Marisnick. And if you looked at tonight's Astros starting lineup, expecting to see Carlos Gomez, the 4th member of our broadcast crew, has a little bit more on A.J. Hinch's decision there. As we say hi to J.P. Morosi.
Yes, Matt. Carlos Gomez homered in that wild card game, but he's not in the lineup tonight because of a nagging oblique injury. He actually aggravated that oblique injury later on in the wild card game. Gomez told me he did not take batting practice today, but still hopes to be in the lineup tomorrow against Johnny Cueto.
Yeah, JP, thanks. 0-2 the count to Marisnick. I think A.J. Hinch is kind of looking at this big picture, John, and thinking, I've got Saturday as a travel day. A chance to get Gomez out there tomorrow, give him another day off, and keep one of his more important offensive players. Let's face it, keep him fresh.
No doubt. And, you know, you knew that was going to happen. They told him to kind of go to 75% swing. I don't think he has that in it.
Yeah, now Marisnick wants time on 0-2.
Now, I've had that oblique injury before. That thing hurts if you walk down the street. That thing hurts rolling over in bed. It hurts. Anything you do, that thing hurts and it aggravates it. And I understand they want to give him an extra day, but 1 day doesn't really help. And to tell somebody to swing 75% in a playoff game, especially a guy of the caliber and the energy that Carlos Gomez has, it's going to be tough for him to back it off, especially if he gets into game 2.
Not to mention, I mean, Gomez's personality, we've seen it. He's big stage. The home run in New York. It's going to be hard to keep him sitting down all series. The next 0-2 home. And Marisnick lines it into left center field. An extra base hit from the Houston 9-hole hitter. Boy, that on an 0-2 pitch. And the Astros are again in business with a runner in scoring position.
Well, you see where the target is. You see where he wants it. You've got to pitch to quadrants to this lineup. It's not the worst pitch. It's off the plate, but up a little bit. And when it's up with 2 strikes and somewhat of a defensive approach, you can get the barrel of the bat on it, lift it over the infielder's head, and that's what he did. It's either got to be higher than high or lower than low. And it was right in between them both.
So now back to the top of the order and the 2-time batting champ Jose Altuve. Here takes strike 1.
You see, the difference between a 2-seamer and a 4-seamer for this guy does not show up in velocity. It shows up in movement. That ball is 96, 97 off the plate, coming back late. He also has a 4-seamer that he can ride up.
Altuve singled and scored in the 2-run first, and Altuve has singled here in the second. They're going to wave Marisnick around. Rios' throw to the plate is not in time, and it's 3-0 Houston. All this started by the bottom of the order, and all this started with 2 out in the inning.
Well, with 2 outs, you're going on the crack of the bat, and he does. I thought Rios takes this a little bit too much time right here, waiting for the hop. Then he gets an uncoil. See that little hesitation right there? That might be all it took for that ball to short hop Salvador Perez.
Well, I also think Perez maybe came up on that ball a little bit because it was an in-between hop. If you watch the catcher, he was thinking, okay, there probably was a play if he stays back on the ball, but because of the throw, the wet grass, he wanted to make sure it didn't get past him instead of kind of hanging in there. Altuve was going to be on second no matter what because he never stopped on a play.
The 1-0 to George Springer, little chopper to shortstop. Escobar fields in on a very close play at the bag, is able to end the inning. Not before the Astros hang another. After 1.5, it's 3-0 Houston. And he plays bigger than anybody on the field. Jose Altuve has been right in the middle of both the run-scoring innings for the Houston Astros. Houston with a 3-0 lead early to the bottom of the second, and Kendrys Morales leads things off against Colin McHugh. Morales, Moustakas, and Perez here for Kansas City. Boy, I cannot imagine a better way for Colin McHugh to begin his postseason career than by being the beneficiary of 3 early runs and to go out there and pitch his game and hold a lead.
Well, only his teammates slightly got a few more runs. Dallas Keuchel, but this guy's used to getting runs and making the most of it. If I told you he has not lost a game when given 3 runs or more, 7-0 when given 6 runs or more, 12-0. That's 19 wins, and his 7 losses or when they scored 2 runs or less.
Wow.
John, how many games have you would have won if your team scored 6 runs or more for you? Did you lose any of those? I mean,
well, you're
in the
few.
Hall of Fame, but I can't imagine you lost a whole lot of those.
Morales with a drive into the right field corner. That ball's got a chance, and that one is gone. Morales largely responsible for the Royals out-homering their 2014 version.
Well, he steps at home plate a lot differently these days than he once did with the Angels. That horrific injury after a celebration, he's come back to really pick up where Butler was.
Here's Mike Moustakas now as Kansas City's on the board. 22 dingers during the regular season. And it's Kendrys Morales that gets the Royals' first run tonight. Mike Moustakas ended the regular season hitting safely in 10 of his last 11, and it's a ball and a strike. You know, back to Morales, John, and you mentioned it there. There were people that didn't expect much from the 2015 Royals. A lot of the preseason prognosticators. They had Kansas City penciled in as a 70-ish win team. As Moustakas grounds to first. This guy comes aboard, and he's made a big difference.
That was a good pitch. That was a ball in. You see it's in off the plate. And for him to get to that ball, bring his hands in the way he did, that's a good swing. That's a good feeling as a hitter. If you know you can get to the ball in, everything else opens up beautifully for you. You can see him get his foot down early. You can see this ball coming in on him, and you can just see him open the gate right there, open the right hip up, and just it got in on him a little bit, but he got enough of it. He's strong enough to put it kind of in that short porch, not as short as Yankee Stadium, but he threw it out there just far enough.
One gone now for the catcher Salvador Perez. The Royals were able to replace Billy Butler, who left via free agency, with Kendrys Morales. Arguably more productivity there this year than last. They brought in Edinson Volquez to take the rotation spot vacated when James Shields left via free agency. That's a chopper off the plate, and out number 2.
Well, you mentioned that in the spring training, talking with Ned Yost. I said, what did you have to do or say to your team? He said, nothing. They all came in early. They were ready. They had a chip on their shoulders. They read and heard everything that people had predicted about us. 72 wins was what this team was supposed to do. They dominated the American League, so much so that we forgot about them the last 15 or 18 games because they had it wrapped up. We got caught up, and rightfully so, in the Toronto Blue Jays, but the #1 seed, Kansas City.
How can you look at this roster and say 72 wins? I look at them. They got Alex Gordon hitting 8th here. And this is a deep lineup with a deep pitching staff, and they have that bullpen at the back end that hasn't changed. So I don't know how. I don't know that. I don't understand all that sabermetric stuff and all the numbers stuff, but I just cannot look at it and say, man, the Kansas City Royals were going to win 72 games this year. I just don't know how those guys can predict or prognosticate only 72 wins with this lineup, bullpen, and the starting staff that they're running out there every day.
0-1 the count to Alex Gordon. Well, in fairness to those preseason numbers crunchers, that was a Royals team around which there were questions, and there was no Ben Zobrist yet. There was no Johnny Cueto yet. There was this guy Alex Gordon, who was coming off of off-season wrist surgery. I mean, there were some questions, but I do hear your point. It is a deep lineup, deeper still with those mid-season acquisitions.
I know you're not a weatherman, but I thought we were on the tail end of it.
Oh, no, I am a weatherman.
You are?
Yeah. No, I'm not. But we were told that was going to pass through and take off, but it's back again.
It looks like it's right over us now.
I'm a weatherman, John. It's raining.
And I learned to only use the word rain from now on instead of a big word.
Well, more disturbingly, there is some thunder and lightning in the area as well. The grounds crew is on hold, and a bolt of thunder is sending some folks underneath the overhangs in the stands. Ball and 2 strikes. The count to Alex Gordon to run in with 2 away, home second.
Both these guys, both these teams have quick turnarounds. Tomorrow should be a different day because this supposedly cold front is going to drop the temperature by 30 or so degrees, but we were told that this was already gone.
Well, it hasn't dampened the crowd spirit.
No, nor will it.
Very nice wordplay.
That was my Matt Vasgersian for the evening.
2 balls and 2 strikes. The count to Gordon. You know, to get back to your earlier point about how deep the Royals are, AJ, Alex Gordon bats 8th and Alex Rios 9th tonight. I mean, you've got to go back prior to their batting 8th and 9th in a late September game this year. It had been 5 years since these guys have hit that low in a lineup. That's bounced to Jose Altuve. Nothing further for Kansas City. But it's their DH Kendrys Morales who starts the scoring for the homestanding Royals after 2 3-1 Astros. This caught a lot of people off guard, including at least one member of the Royals grounds crew who narrowly avoided a very bad situation. Good thing the guy's in shape. I mean, that's a Vince Coleman incident waiting to happen. He did get out of there, folks. So the field is covered. Tarps on the field. We're in an official rain delay here in the top of the third with a 3-1 Astros lead. Again, we thought yesterday there was a chance of this. We thought this morning that chance had minimized to the point that we were told we'd have clear skies and perfect weather for baseball today. That is not the case, clearly, as we are in an official rain delay here at Kauffman Stadium. Well, this is going to make for some interesting decisions for both managers in terms of Colin McHugh and Yordano Ventura being able to get back out there. And John Paul Morosi is standing by with Astros manager A.J. Hinch.
Thanks, Matt. Well, A.J., probably unexpected here with this weather, but how does that maybe change your overall pitching plans?
Not a ton yet. We'll see how long it takes. You always put a stopwatch on a rain delay like this. It affects both teams. Obviously our guys got to wait another half inning once we do resume play, but adrenaline goes a long way, especially in October, so we, hopefully this passes through pretty quickly. Speaking of that adrenaline, first inning for your guys, a young team, pretty impressive at-bats there to start the game. It was, starts Altuve, our spark plug, gets on base. The Springer's at-bat was really big. Correa obviously took what they gave him, a base hit away, and we were a ground ball away from something maybe opening up that inning even more with Rasmus, but to put 2 runs on the board early at this place, try to quiet the crowd down, was big for us. A.J. Przinsky made the point upstairs talking about the swing Morales had on the home run. Wasn't really a bad pitch, was it? No, it cut her up and in, and it's a good attack plan for McHugh. He executed it, and just Morales kept it fair. I think that was the most impressive thing. He got his barrel to it, kept it fair, got a point on their side, and their crowd kind of got back into it. Then the rains came. All right, A.J., here's the real question. Who's the best catcher named A.J. in the ballpark tonight? Well, going by the career, we're going to go with Przinsky, but I have a fighting chance early in my career, and he outlasted me by about a decade. All right, A.J., there's the answer. Back up to you guys.
Gee, thanks a lot. I really appreciate the compliment. I mean, good story here. I was supposed to go to Stanford on a recruiting trip, and I hate to dig myself, but I actually told Mark Marquis at the time that I wouldn't go because A.J. Hinch was there and I would never get to play. So he can add that to his resume also.
It wasn't the fact that the academic standards were going to be a challenge for you. It was the fact that A.J. Hinch was there.
That was exactly it.
That's what you're going with?
That's exactly right.
We're in a rain delay in Kansas City. We will be standing by for when the tarp is off the field. But until then, Kevin Burkhardt back in the studio in Los Angeles. Take it away, KB. he's going to take the ball when play resumes.
Well, that just goes to show you what the Royals think of Yordano Ventura. The fact they don't want to run him back out there after what's considered a short rain delay. But they already have Chris Young, the veteran, up, and I think this leads in to the Royals' strength, which we talked about from the beginning of the game. Their bullpen, not only their 7, 8, 9 guys, but Chris Young, Danny Duffy, those guys that are down there and have the ability to stretch out and give them innings and keep them in the game and give them an opportunity. Whereas the Astros, it looks like with no one warming up, they want to go back to McHugh to get him, their starter, longer into the game so they can get to their shorter guys and make the game shorter.
And let's not forget, part of the decision that Ned Yost made to tap Ventura for Game 1 was that he had a better chance to bring him back on short rest for Game 4 than if Johnny Cueto started tonight. So perhaps they're thinking long-term, keeping Yordano Ventura available for later in the series. In terms of the Royals offense, it's interesting because the Royals are the team that goes station to station. They don't win by the home run ball, yet it's the home run that put them on the board after the Astros had been the station to station team earlier in the game.
Yeah, early on, I think for the Royals, they had a lot of great at-bats. Not all of them resulted in hits, but they were able to work the count. This ball up and in, as A.J. talked about, getting the hands in, curling around the foul pole. McHugh has done a nice job throughout the year mixing and matching. He's not going to power you to death. He's going to use his, and what I call Castro's game plan. There's not going to be a lot of shaking the head. They're going to go with a plan, and he's done that so far with a lead. He's used to pitching with a lead, as we talked about. 19 wins will get you.
Well, like we said when Morales hit that home run, that's not a terrible pitch. That's actually a pretty good pitch, I think. It was up and in. It was off the plate in. It was above the belt. And you got to sometimes tip your hat. I know pitchers don't ever want to give the hitters any credit. Hitters never want to give pitchers any credit. But at that point, you got to be like, I made my pitch, and the guy just beat me. And that happens sometimes, especially when you get into the postseason with these guys, these lineups, and these pitchers that are so good and they're so locked in to every single pitch.
All right, KB, as we get it back to you guys in the studio, we're told that we are about 10 minutes away, perhaps less than that, from first pitch. And when the top of the third resumes, it'll be the veteran right-hander Chris Young that takes over on the mound for Kansas City. Kevin, back to you guys until then in the studio. It could have been worse had it not been for some terrific work by the grounds crew here at Kauffman Stadium. We are out of the rain delay and we are into the Kansas City bullpen. The last postseason rain delay, it was a memorable one in 2012, Game 3 of the Cardinals-Giants NLCS. I remember some very vivid images on Fox, courtesy of the Exmo of Marco Scutero and company, kind of reveling in the rain. Your Budweiser game summary if you're just joining us. This game got off to a great start for the Houston Astros. They played it 2 runs before Yordano Ventura and the Royals really settled into their own skin. It's a 3-1 Astros lead as we resume play in the top of the 3rd. Jose Altuve, who is usually in the middle of the fun for Houston, had a couple of base hits and played a big role with an RBI and a run scored. So that's where we are. And the 10-year veteran, former All-Star right-hander Chris Young, who's been a very important swing man for Kansas City all year long, will enter here in the 3rd.
Yeah, quite a contrast to a guy who finishes and looks like he kicks a field goal in Ventura. This guy could dunk at 6'10", but he doesn't show the hitter much. You're going to be sitting at home and you're going to go, how in the world can they not hit it? At 87 miles an hour, he hides it, he short arms it, he's got a better than average slider, and he just really kind of puts the hitters in a funk. So from 100 miles an hour to 83 to 87, that's the difference these hitters are going to see right away for the Astros.
It'll be Carlos Correa to lead things off in the top of the 3rd as play has resumed in Game 1 of the American League Division Series. Correa, Rasmus, and Gaddis. Well, when Ned Yost built his postseason roster, as every postseason manager does, there are contingency plans in place. In the case of a short start, in the case of not being able to bring somebody back due to a rain layoff or an injury or ineffectiveness. And Chris Young is one of the long men for the Royals. Nobody envisioned his getting into this ball game as early as he is tonight, but that is indeed the case. He misses inside to Correa. It's 2 balls and a strike.
Now the umpire's got to readjust too, AJ, as you're used to seeing velocity, and now you're seeing and tracking the ball differently.
Lance Barksdale right now is going, man, I have a lot more time to see this ball than I did off Ventura. So, but as you said, Chris Young is a comfortable 0 for 4. You go up there and you say, man, Chris Young's pitching, he's going to be 86, 87. And you go up there and he throws one, a high 4-seamer about just above the belt, and you pop it up and you go, how can I not hit this guy? How are we not just killing this guy? Next thing you know, he's 7 innings in, and you have 3 hits and no runs, and their team's out there high-fiving after the game because you cannot figure out a way to square this guy up.
A swing and a miss to run the count full to Carlos Correa. Correa singled back in the 1st against Yordano Ventura. That loaded the bases with nobody out. And then RBI ground balls from Rasmus and Gaddis got Houston on the board. And a called strike 3 taken by Correa.
Well, to the hitter, this ball looks like it's got to dip, it's got to dive, and it holds its plane, holds right there, and a nice job by Perez. Set up a way, quick snatched it, made it look like it caught the corner.
So 1 gone now for Colby Rasmus. Rasmus produced the first of the 2 RBI ground balls in the 1st inning.
When you look up the numbers on Chris Young, they're hitting 228 off his fastball, 169 off his slider, rarely thrown changeup at 182.
Chris Young has survived for 10 years on that, what's referred to, John, as a stealth fastball.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, he's an opposing figure. When you see him up there on TV, he's legit 6'10". Now those 2 quadrants right there, as a catcher, if you're getting the low and then the upper, you got to feel better. Not as a hitter.
You're going to have a tough at bat as a hitter. As a catcher, you're like, okay, we can go with this now. But Chris Young, his angle is what makes him so tough. 6'10", throwing the ball downhill.
But you see that short arm right there? There's not an arm swing like you would see. He's had shoulder surgeries. That short arm action doesn't allow the hitter to follow the ball. So what they're seeing is 6'10", long stride, and then what is 93 mile an hour fastball versus 87. That's the visual that they're looking at. They don't pick it up as quick.
Full count to Colby Rasmus, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I also know, having faced Chris a few times, the way he throws and the way he steps, it looks like he doesn't step at all. He actually steps fairly long, but it looks like he doesn't step because the front arm is gloved and he throws the ball at such a downhill angle, you only see the top half of it.
And he loses Rasmus on ball 4.
Well, the way rain delays work for pitchers, every 15 innings is like every 15 minutes is like an inning. So 45 minutes, you throw every 15 minutes. You're not going to throw hard, but you're going to keep your arm loose. So everything gets condensed. Everybody's going to be short 2 innings is what I'm saying. So when they come back out, whatever they would typically go, they're going to be short 2 innings because of the 45-minute delay.
Here's the DH Evan Gattis with 1 out and 1 on, and Gattis takes strike 1.
So if you're Ned Yost, you're thinking, okay, I can run him back out there, probably get 3 more innings, or I can run somebody out there fresh. I know people are going to be questioning this move. On the other side, McHugh's going to be given the opportunity to go 5, maybe 6 in a perfect world because of that delay.
Nothing in 1 to the DH Evan Gattis. 0-2.
Now, typically in rain delays as a position player, you're trying to stay loose, you're trying to move around, you're trying to do whatever you can to stay in the focus of the game. Obviously, it's postseason, it's a little bit easier. But I always felt, and we always felt, that the visiting team had an advantage, John, because they're not in their home clubhouse with all their amenities. They're just in there, just the 25 guys together.
A check-in throw for Rasmus at first. Evan Gattis trying to rethink the approach here against a guy whose velocity on average is about 10 miles lower than that of the starter Yordano Ventura. Ventura, as we talked about, biggest fastball velocity in baseball. Chris Young averages about 87 miles an hour on that heater, and that is near the bottom in Major League Baseball. It is not all about velocity, however, as Chris Young's track record would indicate. He's a former All-Star. He's had a lot of success in places like San Diego. Began his career as a Ranger. A couple of years with the Mets. Last season as a Seattle Mariner. And here in Kansas City in 2015. And he strikes out Evan Gattis for out number 2.
Well, I talked about his slider, and it's a weird slider. It's not one of your typical ones that turns left. It goes down. You saw that one go down and in, which as a hitter, you're tracking and anticipating the ball to break. Trust me, if pitchers could master that pitch, they would learn how to throw it every time if they knew it could back up into a right-hander. You just don't want those cement mixers over the middle of the plate. That is a home run.
Here's Luis Valbuena now, a strikeout victim in his first at-bat. There goes Rasmus. Perez throws to second too late. Colby Rasmus stole only 2 bases during the regular season, but a potentially big 2-out stolen base here in the 3rd.
One thing about Chris Young being so tall, I know over his career he's had a hard time holding base runners because he has a long arm action. I know we talked about short up, but out of the stretch he has a long arm action. He doesn't have a real quick move because of that arm action, so therefore runners can get huge jumps. I don't care who you have behind the plate, Sal Perez, Johnny Bench, Pudge Rodriguez, anyone can steal on that.
1-1 to Valbuena. You can almost read the advanced copy on this, guys. I mean, the Astros are geared up for Ventura. They jump out to an early lead. Unexpected rain, and then the complete mirror image of Ventura takes over on the mound, trying to completely change the momentum. And so far, Chris Young having success doing that here in the 3rd in front of Valbuena 1-2. Just missed the corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Good idea. Normally, Valbuena will expand the strike zone.
Full count now. Along with Carlos Correa, Luis Valbuena is the only other Astros starter never to have faced the big right-hander. Chris Carter waits on deck with 2 gone. Chris Young, by the way, has already induced more swings and misses in 4 plate appearances than Yordano Ventura did in his 2-inning stay tonight. He struck him out. Nothing in the Houston third. Days of any American League teams in first place in their respective divisions. Welcome back to Game 1 of the ALDS, and Colin McHugh back to work after a lengthy layoff. When you count in the rain and the top of the previous inning, it's been over an hour since Colin McHugh has been to work on the mound. Here in the third, he'll get the number 9 hitter Alex Rios, followed by Alcides Escobar and Ben Zobrist.
Yeah, hard to believe Rios' first at bat. It's taken a long time in this game. But McHugh, as we mentioned, will have thrown underneath in between this delay.
You talk about Alex Rios' first at bat taking quite a while. It has been even longer still for Alex Rios to have a postseason opportunity. 1,691 regular season games without performing in the postseason. That had been the longest drought among active big leaguers. He swings and misses as McHugh has his first out of the inning. But with this postseason, AJ, you can scratch off a lot of names from this list. Most games played without a postseason appearance entering this year. And because of the teams we have this fall, my, how that changes.
I'll tell you who's not real happy right now. Adam Lind. He goes to the top of the list right now, and he's looking at this list going, man, I got to figure out a way to get to the postseason. Alex Rios, Bautista, Encarnacion, Headley, all these guys checked it off this year. Now Adam Lynn's at the top of the list. That's not the list you want to be on top of.
One gun now for Alcides Escobar. Ever the aggressive swinger, he grounds to his opposite number, and Carlos Correa takes care of him for a quick out number 2. We mentioned it before the rain that the visitors so far this postseason have kind of put their feet up on the furniture. Both of the wild card winners, road teams, earlier today in Toronto, the Texas Rangers earned an important Game 1 win, beating David Price. And the Astros trying to follow suit and hang on to this lead here in Kansas City tonight. Ben Zobrist now, he singled in his first plate appearance.
Believe it or not, I think personality has something to do with a pitcher when there's a rain delay and when there's situations, depending on what kind of loosey-goosey or just take it by, as it comes. Some guys, like myself, are not very patient. So I didn't do very well when there was a long rain delay. But, and not to mention for Ventura, hard-throwing guy, getting those engines revved up again, that might be part of what, Ned Yost knows his player. He knows that personality and what gets him going or what might deflate him a little bit. And talking with Colin McHugh, if you think about his career, just his career path alone would prepare him for situations like, no big deal. I got to wait an hour, I'll wait an hour. I waited 5 years or 4 years to get a win. Didn't think I was going to get drafted. Now I'm starting Game 1 ALDS.
Do the soft contact guys all fall in that kind of category? Because that's how this Astros staff is not necessarily built by design, but it just happens to be guys like McHugh, Dallas Keuchel, among the soft contact leaders in baseball this year. 3-1 to Zobrist, is in for a strike.
Well, yeah, they rely on movement. They trust their defense. They want ground balls. And you look what the park they play in. What they've done in their home ballpark is unbelievable as a pitching staff. Forget their offense. We know about that. But what they've done in limiting the amount of home runs and getting ground balls and using their defense, that's hard to believe.
Still a full count to Ben Zobrist.
To your point, John, Ventura is a very emotional guy. So for him to get jacked up for the first inning, get through the first 2, and then have an hour to sit there and think about it, I think that plays into Ned Yost thinking like, okay, this guy's so emotional, so high. Let's get him out of there before he might do something not crazy, but to a point where he might even get hurt.
Next 3-2 home to Zobrist. There's some of that soft contact we talked about. For Hopper out to second base to retire the side. Chris Young had 3 strikeouts in his first postseason inning this year. He'll go back out there for the 4th with his Royals down 3-1. left off before the rain. A 1-2-3 third after the hour-long delay as his Astros go back to work at the plate against right-hander Chris Young. It's Chris Carter to lead things off. Bottom of the order, Carter, Castro, and Marisnick for Houston.
This would be the one guy in the lineup that probably matches up the best against Chris Young. This would be the one guy I'd be a little nervous about. He's so strong. He doesn't have a lot of moving parts and might just be the formula.
2 balls and a strike to Chris Carter.
Well, the one thing with Chris Carter you have to do, John, is you have to establish something inside to him. You have to make him a little bit afraid, and I don't think Chris Young, because of the way he pitches, will be able to establish something inside.
It's a 2-2 now.
Well, he's got 2 home runs and he's 2 for 4. Watching this guy take BP is not fun for a pitcher. Man, he just launches, and he's made the big time adjustment in the second half to even to get to this point. A month and a half ago, I don't know that they expected him to play at all with the streak he was going the wrong way.
Swing and a miss. All 4 outs for Chris Young via the strikeout. Between innings, John Paul Morosi had a chance to visit with Royals manager Ned Yost.
Ned, what were the key factors there in taking Ventura out after the rain delay?
We were looking at 58 minutes right there. You know, we were considering bringing Ventura back for Game 4, and it just made it an easy decision right there. Young guys, 45 minutes we start to get a little nervous, and it was at the 58-minute mark. We got Chris Young, who finished the year very strong for us, so we decided just to make the change.
With Young, how important is the change of pace there from Ventura's velocity to Young's?
Young's got that incredible deception. He's 6'10". He's got a great slider. He's got that 88-mile fastball that's hard to see and hard to hit. So we like Chris Young on the mound right now.
Thanks, Ned.
You got it.
And what's not to like? He's in front of Jason Castro 0-2. Young has faced 5 batters and struck out 4 of them, walked the other. Castro a strikeout victim against Yordano Ventura back in the second. Swing and a miss, and he strikes him out.
Well, the one good news for Chris Young is you see this pitch and you see a bunch of swings and misses. That is not unusual to the Houston Astros, but where these pitches are and how they're missing them that speaks to the basic description of Chris Young. The blessing he had was the rain delay allowed him to know that he could warm up like a starter. If you're in the pen waiting to come into the game, that's a different approach than if you know you're going to start that inning. And so that's the one good thing about the rain delay when they said, okay, we're going to have you start the game. Unlike a guy getting hurt, coming off cold off the bench, mentally he could prepare differently.
Well, terrific point, because the overwhelming majority of Chris Young's appearances in the big leagues over 10+ years have come as a starting pitcher. 16 of his career 17 relief outings have come this season. So working as a swingman was somewhat uncharted water for him prior to this year.
That has got to be a hard job to do, John. To be a starter almost your whole career. You did it, obviously, you took it to the next level. But to go from being a starter almost exclusively to this year kind of being a long guy, a guy that pitches in the bullpen, then to, hey, I got a spot start here, it's got to be a tough job.
Chris Young has electrified Kauffman Stadium out of the bullpen tonight. Very impressive work from right-hander Chris Young in 2 relief innings. He has struck out 6 batters, walked 1, and has seemingly changed the momentum here in Game 1.
Yeah, that's how you do it as a pitcher. I mean, there's no other way, right? You just go out and you show your team that, hey, I can pitch in this game, and to do it with 6 strikeouts, maybe it has a carryover effect for the offense.
Lorenzo Cain, Eric Hosmer, and Kendrys Morales against Colin McHugh, with the Royals down by 2 here in the bottom of the 4th. McHugh's only trouble spot, the Kendrys Morales leadoff home run in the 2nd. Cain sticks around on 0-2.
Well, if you're going to read the body language of a pitcher, McHugh doesn't look like he's bothered by anything, and his rhythm looks really, really good. So the Royals have to find a way, whether it's getting somebody on base, getting some traffic, to change that rhythm, because he's really comfortable.
Cain with a shot to second that slices right at Jose Altuve for out number 1. Oh, he hit that one right on the screws.
That's a great swing by Cain. As a hitter, you go back in the dugout, people are like, hey, great swing. You're not very happy. You're like, a great swing is a hit. So everyone's like, oh, yeah, you hit it great. If you make it out, it's never a great swing. And you just want to get hits.
1 gone now for Eric Hosmer, who sends a high fly ball to right. And there are 2 gone here in the 4th. A reminder, the Major League Baseball postseason continues tomorrow. A great day of action, highlighted by Game 2 of this series. Johnny Cueto gets the ball for Kansas City right here on FS1, with coverage beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Now, if I'm a pitcher and McHugh, I'm going to remember that swing against Hosmer. He looked really comfortable. It was almost as if he was sitting on that pitch. And that's going to affect me how I attack him depending on the situation next time around, because there's no doubt the way you want to attack certain hitters is with that curveball down. You can get it down. He got lucky that stayed in the park.
Here's Kendrys Morales now. Morales' home run back in the 2nd, his first postseason big fly since the 2009 postseason, when he was there as an Angel, as a 25-year-old first-year player. It looked like at the time that Kendrys Morales was going to be a fixture in Anaheim for years and years. We talked about the unfortunate injury in 2010, celebrating a walk-off grand slam, an ankle injury that cost him the better part of 2 full seasons. Another high drive out to right. Springer back on this one. And another home run for Kendrys Morales. Switch hitter doing the heavy lifting tonight. Here's Mike Moustakas now. He bites on the first pitch and sends a fly ball into shallow center, where Jake Marisnick runs it down. Not before Kendrys Morales can do more damage. Colin McHugh's given up 3 hits today, 2 of them home runs by Kendrys Morales. We played 4 at Kauffman Stadium. 3-2 Astros. Well, it has already been a record-setting night for the Royals. Chris Young has one of them. He has set a Royals postseason record with 5 consecutive strikeouts. And if he's going to run it to 6, he's going to have to do it against a guy who is not only very hard to strike out, but he's going to have to do it with some serious size differential in between. Jose Altuve is, however, behind 0-2. The major league record for consecutive strikeouts in a single postseason game is 6. And Chris Young is a strike away from tying that mark here. As we mentioned, Jose Altuve is a tough one to punch out.
That was a really good pitch right there. He's always looking to find the ball, as Altuve. I would think slider in the dirt. There's the slider.
A broken bat flare out to right center, and Jose Altuve on another 2-strike count has his 3rd hit of the night.
That guy's unbelievable. The way he has the ability just to get hits. Sometimes they're not hit hard, sometimes they're not hit the best. They might not always barreled up, but that guy just gets hits.
Hey, score one for the little guy, right? The Davy and Goliath story has a happy ending here if you're a fan of the short guys, like, you know, somebody like me. Jose Altuve has given up about 1.5 feet in height. And in fact, here's another record, guys. It's the largest height differential between a batter and a pitcher in Major League postseason history. George Springer with a big swing and a miss.
Yeah, George Springer trying to hit a 2-run homer. That last pitch, that slider up, that's what he's so good at, is Altuve. And look for him to run at some point in this inning, but he did not get the ball anywhere close to the area that Salvador Perez was trying to entice Altuve.
You wanted the slider away, he threw it up and away instead of down and away.
Springer has walked and grounded his shortstop tonight. And Young misses in to make it 1-1.
Altuve is definitely going to go here before too much longer. I'm surprised he didn't go in the first 2 pitches. Chris Young gave up the 3rd most stolen bases against him this year in the American League, so I can't wait. He can't wait around much longer because he wants to get to second base and give Springer a chance to get him over to 3rd with less than 2 outs. 2-time
American League stolen base champ takes his lead from first. There he goes on 1-1. Perez throws down, and it's in time to get him.
If the ball's anywhere up but up, AJ, I don't know that he gets him.
You want to talk about some feet? Watch Salvador Perez's feet on this throw. That's picking him up, putting him down, getting the ball out of your glove, turning the ball around, as we like to say. Yeah, the pitch was high, but man, that's turning the ball around from the catcher to the second baseman about as good as it can go.
That's the first out that's come on Chris Young's watch that has not been a strikeout. Swinging a high, deep drive off the bat of George Springer. Gordon is back on this one at the wall. He runs out of room, and that one is gone.
As a hitter with a 3-1 count, especially after a big out by the other team, you want to get a pitch you can drive. We saw the first swing right there. Springer tried to do that on the first pitch, but he threw it right where you don't want to throw it. Up, out, over the plate, only 88 miles an hour. We talked about Chris Young's deception. He can't get away with that, especially when he's behind in the count.
Springer's home run makes it a 4-2 ball game as Carlos Correa digs in. Boy, only Hunter Pence hit more home runs in his first 2 seasons in Houston. That's really something to stick your chest out over when you consider some of the big home run hitters that have gone through the Space City over the years.
I like that haircut he has. Look at all those lines in that hair. Something Smoltz would pull off back in the day when he was on those Braves.
Yeah.
Him and Glavine and Maddox would have that same haircut.
1-1 from Young to Correa. Back to the pitcher. At 6'10", he gets just about everything hit his way. And there are 2 gone. Today's telecast is sponsored by the Quesarito and Volcano Quesarito Big Boxes. Grab them at Taco Bell. By Mini, the 0 for 15 sales event is happening now. And by DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. George Springer's home run making it a 4-2 game with 2 out and nobody aboard. Here's Colby Rasmus for the 3rd time tonight. Well, the rain has been done for about a half an hour, yet it still looks like Colby just got out of the shower. The 0-1 to him puts him behind 0-2.
Well, that solo home run is indicative of the Astros. They lead the American League with 144, now 145 solo home runs.
Further still, the last couple of innings have been how the Astros have played and won. A lot of strikeouts, but plenty of power. It's the power of George Springer here in the 5th that has reclaimed a 2-run advantage for Houston. Inning, making it a 4-2 Houston advantage. Astros have never trailed so far tonight. Bottom half of the 5th for Salvador Perez, Alex Gordon, and Alex Rios against Colin McHugh. Back alongside Hall of Famer John Smoltz, A.J. Pierzynski, and John Paul Morosi. Matt Vasgersian here in Kansas City. Game 1 of this American League Division Series. Houston hoping that a wild card win on Tuesday helps propel them to a long run. The same kind of run the Royals went on last year with a wild card win, as Sal Perez flies out to open the bottom of the 5th. And a reminder, you can follow every pitch of the postseason with MLB.com @bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Stay connected with highlights, replay reviews, scores, pitch tracking, and more. Download the At Bat app today. So one gone from McHugh, and that'll bring back the left fielder, Alex Gordon. We've talked about some of the injuries that a lot of the players in this matchup have had to come back from this year. And in the case of Alex Gordon, it was really a couple of them. Began the season recovering from off-season wrist surgery, and then lost 2 months after a groin injury in early July. At the time, it really challenged Ned Yost's depth. And Gordon has a base hit.
And because of that, Matt, he's just a little bit, I'd say 2 steps slower. It doesn't affect him so much. He's still a great fielder, but as far as his wheels, he probably hasn't caught up to that injury, as you can imagine.
I remember seeing that, and it looked painful. Really painful. Here you see the shift here on StatCast. Watch Alex Gordon beat the shift. Jose Altuve, not the tallest guy on earth, but I don't think there's any second baseman that's catching that ball. That's how you beat the shift. You hit it. You got to either hit it through it or over it. And with Altuve out there, I think Alex Gordon decided to go over it.
Boy, the number of shifts altogether in Major League Baseball rising dramatically between 2013 and 14, up again this year. And the Astros are among the most frequent shifters in the game.
But you're seeing more players, and I think it starts in spring training, and you're going to see more players make this irrelevant. It's all up to the hitters, not the big boppers that you understand, but the overall guys that you wouldn't sit there and go, they're shifting this guy, and they are.
First offering to Alex Rios, misses down low.
Those are the guys, I think, John, that have to beat the shift. Like you said, the big boppers, the guys that you expect to hit the ball out of the park, they don't want to do it. They want to hit it over the shift. But the other guys, they want to hit the ball. Hitters have to make the adjustment now to figure out a way to hit a ground ball that normally would be the shortstop, and now would be a base hit or lay down a bunt, whatever it takes.
Strike on the corner, and it's 1-1 to Rios. You know, Colin McHugh really hasn't been in trouble at all today. The 2 home runs, solo shots, a total of 4 base runners against him tonight. And he has kind of quietly, in workmanlike fashion, gone about his business, and he leads by 2 in the middle of the game. It's been a nice kind of indication, like a little slice of his season, what he's been able to do tonight.
Yeah, well, especially in the second half. He had a 5-something ERA and really whittled it down in the second half and got in a nice groove. I contributed a little bit to his cutter. His cutter got a lot better. When he has trouble, his fastball leaks into a righty away from a lefty, but he's been able to get to the other side of the plate easier, and that curveball is the difference maker.
He has kind of reverse splits, AJ, in that he's still early in his major league career, but this year right-handers did more damage against him than southpaws have.
Well, that's because, like John said, of his cutter. The cutter is ultimately a weapon against left-hand hitters. And we talked to him yesterday. He said, yeah, I had a really hard time getting the ball to my glove side, which is into a lefty.
Two balls and a strike to Alex Rios.
And because of that, he developed a cutter. Every pitcher nowadays has a cutter. It seems like every guy has a cutter. Every guy throws hard. And the cutter is the weapon that you use as a right-handed pitcher, especially to get the ball to the glove side, to the inside to a left-handed hitter, because it allows you, the hitter sees it, they think they're going to put a good swing on it, and just misses the barrel.
So 3 balls and a strike on Alex Rios now. Well, McHugh is a guy that's had to earn it. He was an 18th round draft selection back in 2008 by the Mets. Did not get a lot of offers to not only play in college, but play out of college. Kicked around for a couple of years between the Mets and Rockies. Didn't win a game his first 2 years in Major League Baseball. And has turned into a 19-game winner this year. And there's ball 4 to Alex Rios.
I'll tell you, I think he's one of the few that has slipped through the cracks in what we're looking for today. Everything's about velocity, max effort, and this guy's a pitcher, you know, and I don't know that these guys will be given as many chances as a guy who has raw stuff like the starter we saw for the Royals, of course. So he has worked his way in and made adjustments and really pitched his way. Nice little break with the Astros seeing something in him. Good for him. But when you're talking about draftability, that's not what they're looking for anymore. And it's a little bit of a shame because of what this guy can do.
His pitching coach Brent Strom comes out for a visit.
Well, would you rather have a guy with pitchability or velocity that throws 95 and has stuff and doesn't know how to use it? For me, I'd rather have a guy with pitchability. Take a guy like McHugh, a guy, even Chris Young, a guy without the same stuff as, say, a Ventura. Not that he's not amazing with what he could do, but it seems like pitchability now is lost because everyone looks at the radar gun and says, oh, this guy throws 95. He should be in the big leagues automatically.
Correct. That's why we're seeing sprint stuff, meaning starters that only go 5 and 6, bullpen carrying the bulk of the load. You need guys to eat up innings, and these are one of those rare commodities that you should have on your staff.
First time the Royals have put multiple base runners aboard on his watch. Kansas City, a very good, very opportunistic team with chances like this. Their .281 team batting average with runners in scoring position, the second best in baseball. First pitch to Alcides Escobar, misses low.
McHugh has an average similar to that, which is a little bit high for pitchers. So with runners in scoring positions, obviously he can't just rear back and throw it. He's still using all of his quadrants and all of his pitches. .277 batting average against with runners in scoring position.
Escobar lines to center field. Marisnick coming on, lays out and makes a fine catch. A run-saving play for the moment.
What a great jump, first of all, by Marisnick. And that's why A.J. Hinch said he was going to be in the lineup. He wanted his defense in center with Carlos Gomez a little bit banged up. He said, hey, this guy can go and get him with anybody in the game. And you see it right there, saving a run for the time being.
Gordon, knowing that athleticism exists for the Astros, had to wait, didn't take off, got a good read, kept the inning alive.
Two very good athletic outfields in this matchup. We talked about all the similarities between the Royals and Astros. 2 on with 2 away now for Ben Zobrist, who has singled and stolen a base. He takes a strike.
Tell you what, the shift makes it awfully vulnerable. I know the statistics talk about what he does when he hits the ball on the ground, but a fastball away hits it through that shortstop hole. That's an easy run for the Royals.
Oh, and 2 to Zobrist.
Well, this is what we talked about with the boppers. When the boppers want to hit it over the shift, this is the chance where as a hitter, you're like, okay, if I can just hit a ground ball to the left side and not hit it right at Valbuena, and not only do I get a hit, but I'm also going to get an easy RBI, because where Rasmus is and with the lead Gordon can get because of the shift, there's no way they can throw him out.
Gordon at second, Rios at first with 2 gone, last to the 5th. Royals down 2. And Zobrist rolls over, a ground ball into the shift. That's Correa on the other side of the bag to retire the side. A couple of runners, nothing on the scoreboard against Colin McHugh in the Kansas City 5th. Chris Young back to work, top half of the 6th inning with the Astros on top 4-2. They'll send up Evan Gattis, Luis Valbuena, and Chris Carter. Gattis has an RBI and a strikeout on his line so far this evening. Yes, he's even at a ball and a strike.
Now that I've gotten into this business and don't have to worry about facing guys like that, I really enjoy watching him bat. I think he is cut out of a different cloth and just absolutely great personal story. Really bad first half or start to a season. And he just epitomizes what, no batting gloves. He looks like he could hit it 500 feet.
Yeah, after his April, there had to be some folks wondering about, this new power hitter that had come aboard. Had such a big splashy debut as an Atlanta Brave. That's lined into the left field corner. Gordon is there for it, and there's one away. Evan Gattis has been a big part of the Astros resurgence this year, getting to the postseason or winning for the first time since 08, a postseason appearance for the first time since 05. Starting pitching underreported and really good this year, led by Dallas Keuchel. They hit a lot of home runs. They do strike out a lot. That's how they go about their business, not by design. But first-year manager A.J. Hinch has done a masterful job in harnessing all those goods and bads into a postseason team.
These guys do what they do. They know what they do. They own it, and they're really good at it. That's why they're here. They know they strike out, but they also know they're going to run in some balls. They also know their starting pitching is as good as anybody in the American League.
A strike to Luis Valbuena. Yeah, when we visited with A.J. yesterday, he talked about how for such a young team, one that wasn't used to winning, they remained constantly upbeat. There was never a huge change in their demeanor, and like any team, they've gone through some significant peaks and valleys. But according to A.J., it was an early trip to the West Coast through Seattle, Oakland, and San Diego. The Astros came out of that with 8 wins and 1 loss, and they all kind of thought collectively, hey, why not us?
No doubt. And I think on paper it looks like that's the reason for some of those long losing streaks. 3 different times they had the lead for the first half. The Angels caught them, and everyone felt, well, see, I told you, see what we told you about the analytics, but not so fast. That to every good point that you made, this is what this club has become. It's not just a really good story. When you get to meet and see some of them and talk to the manager, they do a lot of things right. Even though we focus a lot on postseason baseball, swings and misses and 3-run homers, not a formula for success, but they've proven so far that that can work for this organization.
2-2 to Valbuena is fouled away. It is a little different roadmap for sure. I mean, there are not a lot of people on the outside looking in that see a team that strikes out a lot, a team with so much inexperience, and a team that has really had its troubles away from home. And you don't look at that and say that's a championship caliber team. But the Astros have kind of belied all that all year long anyway.
And I'll just tell you, they don't get enough credit for their pitching. To do what they did, their pitching is outstanding. Led by Dallas Keuchel, who's going to win the Cy Young. And the guy that's on the mound, McHugh, it's not a fluke. He won 19 games. Their ability to add.
There's ball 4 to Valbuena.
Their ability to add bullpen veteran guys has really helped. I know down the stretch they struggled a little bit, but they've got that reset button. And I think this franchise is going not only in the right direction, but their youth and the athleticism is providing an excitement that Houston desperately needs. It's similar, as we talked about, what Kansas City did last year.
Veteran left-hander Tony Sipp is up in the bullpen. We've seen some bullpen activity the past couple of innings for Houston. 1 out, 1 on now for Chris Carter.
I think the Astros have taken it personally. I think some of the attacks about the home runs, about the strikeouts, I think they look at it and say, why can't we win? Why can't we do this? Yeah, we strike out a lot. Yeah, we hit home runs. We also pitch really well, like you said, Smoltz. And we also make big plays defensively. I think their defense is very underrated, as Hinch said.
1-1 to Carter. Chris Young came in out of the Kansas City bullpen in the 3rd after an hour-long rain delay. Forced Ned Yost's hand and had him opt for the bullpen as opposed to Yordano Ventura continuing. That's lined into left. A couple of well hit balls here in the 6th, and there are runners aboard with 1 gone for Houston. Here comes pitching coach Dave Island.
Yeah, a little bit of a stall and a little bit of a reset as they're trying to get Herrera ready.
Kelvin Herrera throwing in the Kansas City bullpen. A part of that 3-headed monster last year, and a part of a different monster this season. That 8th, 7th, 8th, 9th inning equation is a little different than it was last year in the absence of Greg Holland. But because of Ryan Madsen and others who have stepped up, the Royals still present a lot of challenges late in ball games. So now Jason Castro, a strikeout victim in each of his 2 plate appearances tonight.
And that's what's going to have to be different this year, Matt. If they're going to make a long run, last year was the perfect storm. They won every game that you can win with days off. They could use their bullpen every game. Think about that, for 8 straight games. You can never do that at any point in the regular season. So for them to be successful now in this series, they need depth out of their starters. Of course, the rain delay caused that problem, so they're early on going to be using their relievers. But their formula is pretty simple. Got the lead in the 6th, game over.
2 balls and no strikes to Jason Castro. To 2-1 now. Jake Marisnick waits on deck for Houston. Valbuena at second, Carter the runner at first with 1 gone. And Young's 2-1 home makes it a 2-2 count.
If you're Young, you know this could be your last hitter, so throw the best pitches you can there. 2-0. He comes back to even the count, 2-2. Try to get that slider down, swing over the top of it is what you're trying.
Full count now, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I thought the first 2 pitches he looked like he might be tiring a little bit. He missed high, then he missed there on 2-2. I know he likes to throw the ball a little bit above the belt, but the first 2 pitches to Castro were chest to neck high, and that's what you look for as a pitching coach. That's what Ned Yost is looking at right now, saying, man, maybe he's tiring a little bit. He's 69 pitches into a relief outing. That's a lot of pitches, especially when you weren't prepared to go in so early.
Yeah, it would be hard to believe a 6'10" could get underneath pitches, but that last one was a good indicator. He threw it uphill instead of downhill.
Here's the payoff pitch home, and Castro wraps it softly to second. Zobrist to Escobar, back to Hosmer for the double play. 4 terrific innings out of Chris Young. There have been 2 terrific plate appearances by Kendrys Morales, each resulting in a home run. He'll bat 3rd when we go to the bottom of the 6th. The Rangers and Blue Jays continue their ALDS tomorrow on MLB Network at 12:30 Eastern. Join Bob Costas and Jim Cott for the call. Game 2 tomorrow, Marcus Stroman and Cole Hamels. And we'll see who's healthy tomorrow for that Game 2. Josh Donaldson took a knee to the head earlier tonight. He did pass his concussion protocols. They hope to have him back out there for the rest of the series. Adrian Beltre got hurt in that one tonight. And again, Game 2 of the Blue Jays and Rangers tomorrow on MLB Network. Lorenzo Cain leads off the home half of the 6th. 4-2 Houston, our score here. The Astros got 2 in the first and have not given that advantage back.
McHugh's done a great job during this rain delay. It feels like the 7th inning, trust me, for him. And he might just get this batter and they might call it a night for him. He's done a great job. They got the left-hander Tony Sipp in the bullpen, thinking possibly you come in to get Hosmer and turn around Morales. Sitting around for 58 minutes in a postseason game in your first one, I think he's passed the test.
Cain, Hosmer, and Morales here in the 6th with Kansas City down 2. Cain sends a fly ball well hit into the opposite field, taking Springer back to the track and twisting around to make the catch.
For me, John, I think right now Hinch is going to play it hitter to hitter. If somebody gets on base here, he's going to pull McHugh because he wants them to walk off the mound with a great feeling and not have an opportunity to lose this game or get a no decision. The only way he walks off this field is with a chance to win the game, and that's why I think Sipp is up. I think Sipp is up in case, say, Hosmer gets on base, Morales gets on base, then he can bring in the lefty to face one of the team's lefties, turn Morales around, and that way McHugh walks off feeling great about himself and not hanging his head dejected because he just gave up the lead.
Here's Eric Hosmer now, 0 for 2 so far tonight. Middle of the Royals order, the 3 and 4 hitters specifically have been kept quiet tonight, the combination of Cain and Hosmer. The damage has come from the on-deck hitter. Kendrys Morales waits next. He has slugged 2 home runs tonight. Two home runs by Morales tonight. It's the first time a Royals player has done that since a guy by the name of George Brett.
He played here, right?
That's what the internet tells me.
I only remember hitting 1 home run in a game. It was some pine tar thing that got on his bat.
Morales is also just the 2nd Cuban-born player with a postseason 2 home run game. Tony Perez hit a pair in Game 5 of the '75 World Series against Boston. A ball and 2 strikes to Eric Hosmer, batting with 1 out and the base is empty. The last 3 home run game in the postseason was Pablo Sandoval's memorable World Series opener back in 2012 against the Tigers. Two and 2 to Hosmer now.
The previous at bat that Hosmer had, the real good swing, stayed pretty much firm with him in this at bat up to this point. Hosmer fighting off a high fastball.
More soft contact. Another little bouncer out to Jose Altuve for round number 2.
John, that's what you were talking about his last at bat. If you remember, he threw him a curveball first pitch. He just missed it. But he set up the curveball that time by throwing the heaters in, speeding him up, and then he threw the curveball backing it, and Hosmer was off balance out in front.
I think this meeting right here is just a game plan of, okay, let's get it to the other quadrant. He proved he can do damage down the line, a hanging changeup. You see earlier in the game, look, they wanted the ball up, but he showed them, okay, all right, you executed, but so did he. So this time we're going to try to change speeds a little bit. Didn't quite get the ball out where he wanted. The Royals have 2 runs thanks to that man.
Well, for folks in the ballpark tonight, they still have vivid memories of Kendry Morales' 3-home run game against the Tigers in late September, when he set a franchise record with 15 total bases. Never before has a player had a 3-home run game during the regular season and in that same postseason.
Got his attention. That was one of the firmer fastballs he's thrown all night. 93.
Goes upstairs for a swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
That's the other quadrant we were talking about.
That's the one he wanted to throw up, just above the letters, where he'll get it either a pop up or a swing and miss.
And he bounces one on 0-2, so a ball and 2 strikes on Morales now.
Now, do you think the pitching coach went out there, because I've heard it before, where he's like, this is your last hitter, give us everything you have for this hitter. We have Sip in the back, in the bullpen warming up to back you from Mustakas. So as a pitcher, does that aggravate you? Because I know sometimes I've been like, hey, don't say that to the guy.
Yeah, it varies. Again, personality driven. They know their pitcher. They know what they can say. But I really believe, if not that, they were saying, get the ball up and away like the scouting report, or this is what we need to do to entice him, get it out of that in spot where he's proven he can handle.
Started 0-2, and Morales has come back to work it even. The 2-2 home. Lined into right. Not this time. A 1-2-3 sixth for Colin McHugh. He and the Astros continue to lead 4-2. Geico in-game box score, including a perfect 3 for 3 from Jose Altuve so far tonight. Altuve will bat second as we go to the top of the 7th inning, and he'll do so against a new pitcher on the mound for Kansas City as the hard-throwing right-hander Kelvin Herrera takes over on the mound.
Yeah, this guy absolutely similar finish, similar fastball, nasty out of the pen. He can absolutely rush it up there. Control can be a little bit of a problem with his fastball.
Jake Marisnick, the first to face him. He shortens up and takes a strike.
This guy's pitch for me, Smoltz. His fastball is electric at 99 to 100, but his changeup is the pitch that separates this guy. That's the pitch when he's in trouble and he needs a strike. You'll see him throw a changeup, which is different than most guys think out of the pen. Slider, but this guy's changeup is his pitch.
And a base hit for Jake Marisnick into the opposite field. His second of the game. A very productive night out of the 9 spot in A.J. Hinch's order tonight.
Just to give you a little bit of perspective, his changeup's faster than the previous pitcher for the Royals fastball. So it's like, I don't, 7 strikeouts for Young. But I think sometimes when you come in as a lineup and you know you're facing a Ventura, you're ready for hard stuff. He never got in a rhythm to actually change the speeds that he wanted to for these Houston hitters. And now they're back in that mode. They're geared up for hard stuff.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some action here with Altuve. Puts the bat on the ball, maybe a hit and run. Marisnick can really run, can steal you a base. And Altuve, is going to hit the ball.
He's swinging on the first pitch. A little bouncer out to shortstop. Escobar's got only one play. And for the first time tonight, Jose Altuve is retired.
Tell you what, he might not walk much, but he loves to hit.
So now George Springer, who hit the solo home run in the 5th that made it the 4-2 score we're watching now.
Yeah, let's look at this StatCast provided by Amazon Web Services. You see the exit velocity and the max height and the projected distance of 421 feet. He threw that one up in the air. That's some good hang time.
Runner at second with 1 gone for Springer, who on a defensive check swing fouls it off.
That was the high majestic home run. As a hitter, you just get to watch it forever. You just think it's never going to come down. You're running to first. You can kind of look out there, dig yourself a little bit as you're going to first, give a little bat toss, and just watch it sail out. And it's a great feeling as a hitter to watch one, especially that high, where you can just take your time and enjoy it.
Carlos Correa waits on deck with 1 away. I think with all the new information that we've had this year and the new analytics, the information we get via StatCast, tonight, the new information that's been more relevant for me is about the soft contact as opposed to the hard hit balls and the miles per hour on home runs. We've seen 3 home runs tonight, and it's fun to watch. As it's a ball and 2 strikes on Springer now. But Colin McHugh did such a fine job in inducing soft contact, something that he's done all year. We talked about how he and Dallas Keuchel are among league leaders in that category. We didn't talk about that as recently as 2-3 years ago, AJ. Soft contact.
Soft contact is something, if you can do it, it's pitchability. It goes back to pitchability. Make pitches when you need to and get the ball off the barrel of the bat.
Boy, a wild swing and miss by Springer. And 2 gone for Herrera.
Triple digits. So for it to be triple digits, it's out of his hand, probably releasing at about 103, 104 miles an hour. And by the time he gets to home plate, the hitter has 0.1 seconds to determine what to do with that velocity.
So here's Correa now with 2 gone.
Well, here's the matchup. Power versus power right here. Young kid, 21 years old, his first ALDS game, facing a guy that's throwing 100 miles an hour. This is what's fun about baseball right here, especially in the postseason. You don't see these matchups every day, but in the postseason you see these matchups on a daily basis in pretty much every game.
0-1 to Correa. It's unfair to kind of talk about how a team struggles against big velocity, because most teams do. However, it is relevant to note that the Astros, against pitches 95 miles an hour or faster, have been particularly troubled. Last in baseball in batting average, OPS, and home runs against the big-time gas.
I don't think it's just the Astros. I think it's a lot of major league players. Because every guy now that comes out of the bullpen is 95, 96. There's no 88-mile-an-hour sinker ballers out there that are coming in just to get through an inning or two. Everybody now has a big arm and a big secondary pitch, whether it's slider, changeup, whatever it is. So you have to gear it up and be ready. And it makes hitting a lot harder than what it used to be.
Well, what's interesting about that information, and I don't know who got the hit off of Ventura last year in the playoffs with Oakland, but there was a stat that person had not gotten a hit up in the zone over 95 miles an hour all year. So when it was criticized to bring in Ventura, you realize why he was in the game, because that's the kind of arm he possesses, and it backfired. But that knowledge and information was out there for the Royals as well.
Swing and a miss. A couple of strikeouts by Kelvin Herrera strands a base runner in scoring position. 7th inning stretch at Kauffman Stadium. Still 4-2 Houston. Into the bottom of the 7th inning in Game 1 of this American League Division Series between the Royals and the Astros, with Kansas City trailing by 2. A reminder that Major League Baseball's postseason continues tomorrow. A great day of action highlighted by Game 2 of this series. Johnny Cueto gets the ball for the defending AL champs right here on FS1, with coverage beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern. Game 3 of this series will be on MLB Network on Sunday afternoon, and then back to FS1 for the remainder of this series. A change on the mound. Veteran left-hander Tony Sipp takes over on the mound for Houston. He'll get Mike Moustakas, Salvador Perez, and Alex Gordon here in the Kansas City 7th.
Tony Sipp comes right over the top. Fastball and a really good slider, the sweeping break.
Sipp worked a scoreless 7th inning in the wild card win in New York on Tuesday, finishing up his second great campaign out of the Houston bullpen.
It's interesting to hear to see them shift, because a lot of teams will shift when a left-handed hitter faces a right-handed pitcher, but they move the guys back a lot of times when a lefty comes in to face a left-handed pitcher.
On the ground at first, picked by Carter for out number 1. We talk about Tony Sipp having success for back-to-back seasons now out of the Houston pen. Among AL left-handers, only Zach Britton had a better relief ERA than Tony Sipp this year. And again, he's already had a nice performance in this postseason. 1 gone for him now. He'll go to work on Salvador Perez.
Well, he has a unique blend of keeping the ball down, and the ball kind of jumps at the hitter really late life, and mixes it up with that slider.
This was supposed to be where the Royals had an advantage, and if you scored this matchup kind of as a push in various phases of the game, most agreed that Kansas City had the better bullpen. However, to exploit that advantage, the Royals need to lead getting into the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. That is not the story tonight. Not yet. And it's quickly 0-2 on Salvador Perez.
There's that breaking ball. What the Royals also have is some weapons on the bench to pinch run late if they need to, almost in the fashion of a guaranteed stolen base. Gore, Dyson, that's really where their speed lives. It's coming off the bench. They still got some speed within their lineup, but not as much as if those two guys were to get on base.
Nothing in 2 to Salvador Perez. If things go according to plan for the Astros, Perez would be the only right-handed hitter that Sipp will have to face here. Alex Gordon waits on deck.
I think because of that, that's why they have Pat Neshek warming up in the bullpen. If it gets past Gordon, then you have Rios and Escobar, and you have Neshek to neutralize the right-handed hitters. Best delivery in the game right there. Mechanically sound, Smoltz.
Do not try this at home, kids. Still 0-2 to Perez. Josh Fields was up earlier, did not get into the ball game. Sipp the first out of the bullpen in place of Colin McHugh, who went a strong 6. You see Ryan Madson's hot in the Kansas City pen. And a ball and 2 strikes now to Salvador Perez. Sipp and Castro taking considerable time to get a sign and get to work. Here is the 1-2 home, and it's to 2-2 now.
I'm amazed at Perez and all the innings he catches. Last year, you could tell at the end there, he was jumping at the pitcher and swinging at everything. Got that huge hit against Oakland down the line, but just looks like he's in a better place right now to start the playoffs. We talked to Ned. It's rare a guy ever gets a day off.
What makes his 2014 more amazing is that it came on the heels of playing winter ball. He had a short off season. On opening day, he was already out there with a lot of work on his knees and back.
Oh, to be young again, John. Matty, be young again.
Hey, you did all right last year.
Yeah, but one thing about Salvador, I'll give him this. He takes the ball, or he takes his gear out there every day, and he wants to be out there. He's got a guy in their dugout by the name of Jason Kendall, who I always joked with was my hero, because no matter what, day game, night game, righty, lefty, he was out there for 100. It seemed like 162. I know it wasn't that, but that's a good guy to learn for, especially from a young guy, to go out there no matter what the circumstances, no excuses, and want to be there for your pitchers.
We mentioned it earlier, the fact that Salvador Perez led all major league catchers this year in games started and in innings caught. And in stark contrast to that, you finished in the top 10, by the way, in those categories, my friend.
That's not too bad for a broken down old 38-year-old catcher, huh?
But the second highest name on those totals wasn't even close to where Perez was in terms of innings. He is the modern day Iron Man behind the plate. The next 2-2 pitch to him is pulled to third. Great play by Luis Valbuena, robbing Perez of a base hit.
That's a wow. This ball, much like the hit, a little bit closer to the line, but just gets the short hop perfectly. And again, these two teams, they're known for a lot of things, but their defense is solid. What a pick-me-up.
If you notice, Valbuena took a little bit extra time. He knew who was running. Sal might catch a lot of games, but he doesn't run as fast as in the world. Valbuena knew that. Therefore, he could take an extra step, gather himself, and make a good throw over across the diamond.
Two gone bases empty now for Alex Gordon. Watching Luis Valbuena make plays like that, it gives you a little insight as to how the Astros can live with really limited productivity at the corners. And yes, Valbuena hit a bunch of home runs this year. He hit 25 dingers. He also hit just 224. And at first and third base, the Astros by position had the lowest batting average in all of baseball. Again, these are things that when you think about it, you're not supposed to be able to say that about a postseason team.
Yeah, they were approaching historic proportions. They were both under 200 for a lot of the season. Both making adjustments, getting hot, although Carter sat at 199.
A ball and a strike to count to Alex Gordon. For 5 of the 8 positions, the Astros are ranked in the bottom third in batting average. First and third kind of revolving. A couple of their outfield spots, their catchers combined to hit only 222, yet here they are as a postseason team with plenty of momentum, by the way. 2-2 to Gordon.
Well, that's the thing about their makeup and the way they're put together by their front office and their organization is they don't care about average. They care about home runs and getting on base, and that's kind of the new wave that everyone's been talking about for all these years. But they know that. They know that, hey, we're going to hit home runs, we're going to strike out. We might not get a lot of hits, but when we do, we can steal that base, we can take advantage of it. And they're playing the old Earl Weaver, let's wait for the 3-run homer ball.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Alex Gordon with 2 out, last of the 7th. Royals down 2. They appeal down to third on the check swing, and it'll go to a full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, they're very similar with the Cubs in the National League, who are also riding an emotional high, winning their wild card game and now taking on their division foes. It's the contact with runners in scoring position in less than 2 outs that could very well come into play in this series. But so far their at-bats have been much better.
Two gone, bases empty. The full count pitch. Broken bat bouncer to second for Jose Altuve, and it's another 1-2-3 inning. To the 8th, still 4-2 Astros. Is sponsored by Bank of America, who invites you to keep sharing your favorite baseball memories all postseason. By AT&T, mobilizing your world. And by Budweiser, make it a plan to make it home. Reminder, official caps, hoodies, jackets, and more all postseason. Celebrate with your favorite team at the MLB.com shop. Royals go back to the bullpen for their third reliever of the contest. And a terrific comeback story, and a very important member of Kansas City's bullpen success is the veteran right-hander Ryan Madson.
Madson has come a long way back, as you said, Matty, but his fastball's also come a long way back. He rushes up to 95 miles an hour. His changeup is his best pitch. He'll throw some cutters as well and try to rush some cutters in on left-handers.
He'll go to work on Colby Rasmus, Evan Gattis, and Luis Valbuena. And Colby Rasmus jumps him on the first pitch and hits it out. Colby Rasmus' second postseason home run in not even 2 complete games this year. Houston back in front by 3, 5-2 Astros.
That's the case right there of a hitter coming in, knowing a guy's coming into the game out of the bullpen. He wants to get ahead early. Colby jumping on him, getting one up in the air, kind of like the home run he hit in New York. Very similar. Didn't go quite as far as the one in New York did, but that's just a guy being ready, a guy that's been around being ready for the first pitch from a guy out of the bullpen.
Here's Evan Gattis now, who takes a strike. A little different situation in terms of getting to a reliever, but you said it, AJ. He jumped Masahiro Tanaka for a first pitch home run early in that wild card game on Tuesday. Astros never looked back. It's an add-on run here, 5-2 Houston.
Well, as a hitter, when a guy comes out of the bullpen, especially their first hitter, they're going to try and get ahead of you. And you know that as a hitter, especially a left-handed hitter with a right-handed pitcher, a guy matching. You don't want to get to his changeup. So Rasmus goes up there looking for a ball he can drive, especially on the first pitch, and he didn't miss it again. I mean, you got to give the hitter credit, and you also have to give Madsen credit. Or not Madsen credit, but you have to put a little bit on Madsen for not making the pitch that he wanted to, and therefore
the base hit by Evan Gattis. Trivia question sponsored by Maytag, and Royals fans will be screaming at their TV sets with the answer to this one. Which pitcher recorded the win in Game 7 of the 1985 World Series? We'll have the answer for you in just a bit. Pinch runner takes over at first base. Bad groin and all. Carlos Gomez is going to pinch run. So here's Valbuena now.
Wasn't that Game 7 by the Royals kind of an easy game? A lot of runs. I think I know the answer.
Okay. And by the way, it was the oblique that had Carlos Gomez miss some time the last few weeks. Not a groin, but an oblique. And he's out there to pinch run here with nobody out. We mentioned Ryan Madsen with a terrific comeback story this year. This is his first season since 2011. 68 appearances this year. A comeback that was many years in the making, and one that Ryan himself certainly didn't take for granted. It's a snap throw down to first, and Hosmer couldn't hang on to get the tag down on Gomez. Gomez would have been back in even had the ball been hung on to.
Making him work, though. Testing out that side.
Gomez is going to go here before too much longer. He can't stand still, so he's going to be going.
And there he goes. He's always doing it, isn't he? A foul ball, and he's still getting in there with the theatrics.
The crowd really appreciated his energy and hustle right there.
Well, he doesn't know it's foul ball, so he was just going as fast as he could. He was like Ricky Henderson right here.
Ricky Henderson or Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, one or the other. 2 balls and a strike to count to Valbuena. see if Gomez runs again. They're going to check in on him.
Now, as a hitter, AJ, I know these are different type mindsets, but if you know a guy's particularly could go, are you peeking, or you trying to let him get to second, or a 2-0 count is just with a lead you're going to swing anyways?
2-0 is fair game as a hitter. If he steals on 2-0 and he throws it down the middle, you got to let it go. Meaning you have to swing the bat at the ball. You don't want to get 2-0, take one down the middle. He gets thrown out stealing, then you're 2-1, and the pitcher can start, especially a guy of Madsen's quality with his changeup, then it puts you back in the hole. So he went. The biggest thing for me as a hitter and as a base runner, 2-0 and 3-0 for me are the easiest bases to steal, the counts to steal a base on, because the pitcher usually focuses back on the hitter. He's like, oh no, 2-0, I got to focus back on the hitter to get back into the count.
Gomez stays put, and a big swing and a miss finishes off Valbuena for round number 1.
As a left-handed hitter, and you see the guy go, it opens up so many holes. As you see Valbuena swinging one a little bit up and try to hit that hole. But as a hitter, you see the guy go. Not only does the shortstop have to cover, it opens up the left side, but with the 3-hole open, as we call it, where the first baseman's holding Gomez on, the whole infield feels open. So you feel like you almost have to swing because there's so many holes out there that you can hit.
Here's Chris Carter now. A run in on the Rasmus home run, 1 out, 1 on. And Madsen continues to pay attention to Gomez. Carter has flied to right, struck out, and singled tonight. And Madsen delivers a strike. John, as somebody who's come back from Tommy John surgery, I know that you were paying attention to the Ryan Madsen comeback story, but between that last appearance back in 2011 and this year, there was surgery, there was a very long recovery, longer than expected. There were setbacks, there were multiple uniform changes, there was a lot of disappointment, and there was a lot of faith and hard work in between as well. I mean, this has been one of the longer Tommy John comeback stories that we can remember.
Yeah, no doubt. And he's working on about 16 months now. So that's the one area where you talk about you start getting more consistent with your release point. You start hitting your spots more. Because when guys come back, that's a big adjustment, even though they feel better. That ligament, the more it stresses off 16, 14 months, the better you're going to be. And I would anticipate next year he even gets better. But he's been through a lot and overcome a lot, and feels very blessed to be in this situation.
Ball and 2 strikes to Chris Carter, runner at first with 1 gone. And a called strike 3. Bit of a delayed punch-out call. Lance Barksdale rings up Chris Carter nonetheless.
That's great.
I'm going to let you handle this, AJ, because I don't want to be accused of something.
Well, I don't want to say anything bad about the umpire. As a current player, I don't want Lance Barksdale to come hunt me down next season.
Okay, I'll take it then.
Come next season and call one on me, and he'll be like, that was for the postseason last year. Well, these guys listen.
That was a high strike, and you could see why. Even though the Astros with the lead, Carter didn't have much of a chance on that one.
Jason Castro now very close at first on the pickoff attempt to Gomez. Well, can't wait to see that one again.
Well, what they're going to do is have Madsen stay away from getting back on the rubber so they can look at it, get their replay on it. But it looks like you can't get a better view right there. Angel Hernandez at first.
This is the part of replay as a player that we all just don't know what to do, because everyone stands there, the manager comes out, and the players are standing there. You just feel like you don't have anywhere to go because of the process that we have.
It's awfully close, but I kind of like what football has. You got a certain amount of time, you throw the flag on the field. If you lose it, you lose it.
Castro has struck out twice and grounded into a double play tonight and takes strike 1. When the Royals bat in the bottom half of the 8th, they'll have the number 9 hitter Alex Rios, and then top of the order Escobar and Zobrist. Another close play at first.
I mean, with all the umpires that you have now with the extended guys that they have in the playoffs. I mean, he is on. Look how close Angel's getting to determine. I don't know if that rotation would allow you to do that without the extra umpires. Maybe I don't pay attention enough, but he is right on top. Almost, he'll get hit by the throw, you would think, if it's wild.
Oh, and 2.
Now you would almost think 2 outs, 2 strikes, got nothing to lose by trying to steal a bag here. But with the amount of times he's thrown over and changed his timing, he's done a great job keeping Gomez on his heels.
The throwovers aren't the thing that bothers the runners the most. It's the holding of the ball and the changing of his cadence and his rhythm of going to the plate. That's what freezes runners. The longer you hold the ball, the more it messes with the runner over there, and the worse jumps they get because they're anxious to go. They want to go right away, and if you hold the ball, it kind of puts cement in their feet and it slows them down.
Gomez stays put, and Castro's rung up on a call, strike 3. Nothing further after the Rasmus home run. However, Houston's left fielder, his second home run already this postseason, has made it 5-2 Astros.
Monday left me broken.
Trivia question we posed earlier: which pitcher recorded the win in Game 7 of the 1985 World Series? The pride of Reseda, California, Royals great Brett Saberhagen. A 5-hit shutout over the Cardinals. Kansas City on the bad end of a 5-2 story here and down to their final 6 outs. Tony Sipp pitched well in relief, and that ushers in Will Harris here in the 8th.
Yeah, pretty good story here. Not so sure he envisioned himself to be in the 8th inning role, but that's what he has. He's done a nice job being able to throw cutters. He's got a fastball that he can rush up there. Not quite like a lot of the arms, but this guy has done and emerged himself. 12-6 style break on his curveball.
Marwin Gonzalez takes over at first base for Chris Carter. That's the change here in the last of the 8th as Rios checks his swing. And it's 3 balls and a strike.
You can see how firm and tight that breaking ball was. So good it fooled Rios. Luckily he didn't swing through or check his. He was able to check his swing.
Check the count. 2-1. 2-1 to Alex Rios leading off the 8th. Wrapped to shortstop. Correa to Gonzalez for route number 1. T-Mobile wants fans to share their passion, be part of the biggest 7th inning stretch. Post your photos and videos with hashtag #TheBig7th and hashtag contest for a chance to win tickets to the World Series Game 4. 1 gone now for Alcides Escobar. Escobar hitless so far tonight, 0 for 3. Will Harris, by the way, very underreported as having a really good 2015 season. 4th lowest ERA among American League relievers. 4th lowest opponent's batting average among American League relievers.
John was talking about his repertoire of pitches. This is kind of the new age of relievers now. Cutters and curveballs. You see Mark Melanson in Pittsburgh. You see a lot of these guys now come in throwing cutters and curveballs as opposed to 4-seamers and sliders. And I don't know why that is. It just makes for a really difficult at bat because cutters and curveballs a lot of times start on the same plane.
1-2. Well, from the comeback story of Ryan Madson that we were talking about on the top of the inning to a different kind of story, a different kind of comeback here for Will Harris, one that didn't involve coming back from so much physical adversity. And a strikeout recorded to Alcides Escobar. But as we check in with JP Morosi, Will Harris, JP, a guy who has just had to kind of buck the odds as that long shot player.
It really is a remarkable story, Matt. And I spoke with Astros GM Jeff Luhnow yesterday about Will Harris. Harris was really the last guy to make the Astros roster coming out of spring training, supposed to be the long reliever. He had been claimed on waivers from the Diamondbacks, but obviously, Matt, he has worked his way up the depth chart, now pitching the 8th inning.
There's Ben Zobrist now, and combining with Colin McHugh, with Tony Sipp, Will Harris, that group has retired 10 straight Royals here in the late going tonight. Zobrist has one of the 4 Kansas City hits this evening. To 1-1. Veteran left-hander Oliver Perez is up in the Astros bullpen. Another former Diamondback. Oli Perez is a former lot of things,
including a tough at bat for a lefty.
2 balls and a strike. Well, for Royals fans thinking about late magic, there has been plenty of it this year. There's 7 wins when trailing after 7 innings, one of the higher totals in the American League. In fact, only the Blue Jays and these Astros won more games in situations like that.
Yeah, getting much harder to do against the bullpens of today and the arms that exist down there, the roles that basically each club typically has.
That's Astros closer Luke Gregerson. 3 balls and a strike to count to Zobrist. Bounced up the middle and through. The two-time All-Star has his second base hit of the night.
Well, we look at StatCast and see where everybody is, and the ball, broken bat, splits the defenders.
It's good placement by Ben Zobrist right there. It's not about how hard you hit it, it's about how you place it. And that was great placement by him.
So now Lorenzo Cain. Last year's ALCS MVP, hitless so far tonight.
I think a curveball's coming up here, something other than a fastball.
It was a breaking ball. And 0-1 the count to Cain.
Cain lost the bat. So flexing that left hand. Well, he didn't have any hands on it. We've already seen Gaddis this year hit a one-handed home run with the wrong arm, it looked like.
That's a bad feeling as a hitter when you go to get the ball, you go to swing and hit the ball and your hand's coming off. You know, you just hope you don't put it in play. You hope you foul it off and swing and miss.
Castro wants it on the corner, and a fastball swung on and missed. I don't know if Will Harris didn't get away with one there.
Well, he's been able to make the pitches that he's wanted to so far. He got a fastball away after he slowed down the hitter after the foul ball with the curveball. Typically, if you don't want to mess around with anything, you try to throw that curveball on the outer half of the plate, start it as high as that fastball was, and I don't know that hitter has time to recognize it.
Zobrist at first with two gone. The 0-2 to Cain. Lorenzo Cain, for what it's worth, was a very good two-out hitter all season long. In fact, the best in the American League, a .372 two-out batting average. Not only are there two out here, he's behind 0-2 and his team down by 3 late. Lined into left field, and that'll bring the tying run to the plate.
Well, he hung that one. He could have got that ball down. Would have been a different result. Now we're going to have a different result in pitching.
Well, back-to-back two-out singles have spelled the end of Harris's relief stint as the Astros go to the bullpen for the third time tonight, and in a big spot. Another pitching change for Houston. We'll be right back. FS1 is the third-ranked Baylor Bears and their high-octane offense square off against Kansas. Plus, it's a top 25 matchup on Big Ten Network as number 13 Northwestern battles 18th-ranked Michigan. Then Oregon State heads to Tucson for a battle with the Arizona Wildcats in a Pac-12 showdown back on FS1. And in prime time, second-ranked TCU looks to stay undefeated against K-State on Fox. Here the Royals bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Eric Hosmer. He'll face the left-handed reliever veteran Oliver Perez. Runners at first and second, 2 gone, last to the 8th.
Perez is going to use a variety of different motions. Sometimes he'll turn his back towards second base, Louis Tion style. Lower 3/4 delivery. He'll sling it and he'll sweep his slider.
Hosmer hitless tonight. Had a much improved season this year against left-handed pitching. Hit .279 against southpaws and is even now at 1-1.
Well, that's 2 pitches and 2 different deliveries, leg kicks, arm angles from Oliver Perez. That's what he does to left-handed hitters. He changes his timing, he changes his windup, and he just messes with the timing of the hitter, messes with their load, messes with them being ready and being on time.
Zobrist and Kane aboard with 2 gone. Slicing in foul territory, playable for Valbuena to end the inning and get Perez and the Astros out of a jam. Heading to the 9th, Houston still on top, 5-2 Astros. Houston Astros are an inning away from snatching one on the road. We go to the 9th with the Astros on top 5-2. A team that struggled on the road all year long. In fact, the Astros 33-48 road record during the regular season. is the second worst ever by a team that advanced into the postseason. Yet here they are on the road tonight after winning on the road in New York in the wild card game. Jake Marisnick bounces out to the right side of the infield. Houston on top by 3. It'll be up to former #1 draft pick Luke Hochevar to try to keep this a 3-run game. Hochevar was not around for the Royals postseason run last year, recovering from Tommy John surgery, and put together a pretty good year, largely out of the bullpen for Kansas City this year.
He's got an easy motion with life on his fastball. You saw that knuckle curveball right there, hit to first base, but he too has a cutter. His ability to change speeds and ride the fastball up with velocity, pretty good combination out of the pen.
Back to the top of the order now. Jose Altuve is 3 for 4 tonight and taking strike 1.
Hochevar's totally reinvented himself from when he was a starter. Haven't faced him as a starter. Now his velocity's up out of the pen. More cutters, more curveballs. He was more of a sinker slider kind of guy when he was a starter with heavy sink. But now, since coming out of the pen and after a few in arm surgery, he's kind of started over and been very effective with it.
Yeah, I mentioned his work largely out of the bullpen this year, entirely out of the bullpen. All 49 appearances this year for Luke in relief. Amassed a 3.73 ERA. 2 balls and a strike to count to Jose Altuve. That's swatted to third for Moustakas. And 2 gone. Mike Moustakas will bat second when we go to the bottom half of the ninth. Morales, Moustakas, and Perez.
Wish we had a stat cast on who's faster per step. Altuve's got to take a lot more steps to get down the line. He's pretty quick.
And the closer getting hot. George Springer now with 2 on. 2 gone, that is. Springer has homered, walked, and struck out tonight. The 3 true outcomes, the darling of the sabermetrics community. Lunging at a breaking ball and going around to make it 0-2.
Well, if this score keeps up, they will have struck out well over, double digits. They will have hit their home runs. They will have pitched under the radar extremely good again. They will be guaranteed of having at least 2 home games.
Hochevar's 0-2. Bounced up the middle and through. Springer's aboard with 2 gone in the ninth.
I think that's just outthinking yourself right there. Guy just swung at a pitch on the other batter's box, and you want to get him off the diving aspect of it. And you got an 0-2 hit.
Why not throw the other curveball? He just swung at a curveball that bounced in the grass, John.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, let's try another
That's just
one.
overthinking.
Let's not overthink ourselves here. Let's just throw the same one again and watch him swing at it and strike out. Now, again, I expect to see action here because you have nothing to lose, especially up 3 in the 9th inning.
Carlos Correa's single came in his first plate appearance tonight. The Astros have struck out 14 times tonight. You just don't see it very often that a postseason game has 14 strikeouts from the winning side.
I want to say they won a couple games striking out 17 times. They can do it, and that's why they're not ashamed of it. I'm sure that they've heard it all year. And A.J. Hinch said he had to remind reporters, hey, we won a game without hitting home runs a few times.
1-1 to Correa.
They almost take the strikeouts like a badge of honor. They're like, look at us. We struck out 14 times, and we have a chance to win a postseason game. That's kind of how their attitude has been when we talk to A.J. Hinch about it. They're proud of it. They're like, yeah, we strike out a lot, but you know what? We also win a lot of games.
along with this year's Cubs. More strikeouts than any other postseason team. Chopped to first and a fair ball. Hosmer will do it himself to retire the side. Last chance for the Astros in game 1. We go to the bottom of the ninth. Houston up by 3. Sports Live with Jay and Dan as they bring you live reports from here in Kansas City, including analysis of our game and the Rangers and Blue Jays game 1, plus complete highlights and recap of the Colts and Texans. Fox Sports Live is immediately after us right here on FS1. Last chance for Kansas City. They've got the meat of the order here against Houston's closer. Luke Gregerson takes over on the mound for the Astros. His first season as a closer, he went 31 of 36 in save opportunities and is coming off a perfect 9th inning Tuesday in New York, in which he struck out 2 of the 3 batters he faced to ice down a wild card win against the Yankees.
Yeah, well, he's coming into 2 really good situations. 3-run leads, that's what you love as a closer. And his ability to throw a good sinking fastball, but his trademark pitch is a tight slider. He'll go to it as many times as he needs to.
Kendrys Morales leads things off. He's been something of a one-man band on the offensive side of the Royals scorecard tonight. His 2 home runs, the only real damage against Colin McHugh and company. Those other 4 hits by people not named Kendrys Morales, all singles. A ball and a strike to count from Gregerson. Colin McHugh went 6 tonight. Tony Sipp and Will Harris each pitched an inning. Harris 2/3 of an inning, that is. Ali Perez got a big out with 2 runners aboard in the 8th. And now it's Gregerson to try to finish this thing off.
And if you could have written the script for the Astros, McHugh giving them 6, especially after the rain delay, get into their bullpen where they can match up. This is how they wanted to do it.
1-2.
Well, that and coupled with there really wasn't many tense situations for the Astros. When you think about last inning being the only one with 2 outs, they put together a rally, although be it with 2 outs. Other than the solo home runs, it's been pretty much a clean game for Houston's pitching.
And we talked about the Royals wanting to put pressure on the Astros with their running game and their speed and everything they can do to put pressure on defense. They didn't have the opportunity because they couldn't get guys on base in order to use their speed. Zobrist stole the base early in the game. But other than that, there's been no traffic on the bases other than the home runs. And with that, it makes for easy games and clean innings.
A swing and a miss. Morales goes down swinging for the first out here in the last of the ninth. Time to take a look at our Bank of America play of the game. George Springer came up to the plate in the fifth and swatted a solo home run, one of two by the Astros. One of 4 home runs in the game. A reminder to share your favorite postseason memories using hashtag MLB Memory Bank. This is supposed to be a ballpark that is not home to a lot of long balls. In fact, it stands as one of the tougher American League parks to homer in. 4 of them tonight. Here's Moustakas now. And they say he swung the bat there. 0-1.
Well, we were talking earlier, what's the difference between a regular season and postseason besides the obvious? Well, when you walk, it's a rally. The crowd goes crazy, and they're up 3 right now. I guarantee if somehow Moose gets to first, watch the volume of the crowd, because that's the intensity of the playoffs. You always are fearing, oh, I'm only up 2, or I can only get 2 guys on.
And that one hits him. So with Sal Perez stepping into the batter's box now, that'll bring the tying run into the on-deck circle in the form of Alex Gordon.
You know, as a closer, you always pitch to the moment. And the moment here says, do not get anybody else on base to bring up the tying run or the tying scenario in the batter's box.
That's the best hit by pitch right there is for a hitter.
Yeah.
Just grazes the front of your front foot. You go to first. You're like, okay, I'm on base. We need base runners, and it didn't hurt real bad.
Sal Perez is hitless tonight, 0 for 3. Again, to start this 2015 postseason, the home team is yet to win a game. Both wild card games won by the visitors. Texas winning in Toronto earlier today. It's 0-2 to Perez. Only once in the divisional era has the road team won the first 4 postseason games. Got to go back to 1970 for that. Oh, 0-2 to Perez. And a slider spins well outside. It's obvious how critical Game 1 is in a short best-of-5 series. In fact, over the last couple of years, the winner in Game 1 has won all 8 division series. The 1-2. Backed him up with a breaking ball. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes now.
There's no doubt about that. The best of 5, whether you like it or not, it's a lot of pressure on Game 1, especially if you lose, because now your room for error goes down. Game 3 in a best of 7 is huge. It's always the swing gate, but you have more room for error in a best of 7 if you lose Game 1.
Johnny Cueto and Scott Kazmir tomorrow in Game 2 here in Kansas City. And a swing and a miss, and the Royals are down to their last out tonight.
Now, this is that signature slider. The spin is so good on it. You see the late break. And because he's got something moving in towards the right-handed hitter, it keeps him honest. You can't really leak out there. And he's already given up his body and the momentum of what he thought that pitch was.
That was nasty. That's just a nasty slider. That's what Gregerson is known for. And everyone knows, every hitter that goes up there knows I'm going to get a slider off this guy. And for guys still not to be able to hit it or square it up or even put it in play just is a testament to how good of a slider he throws.
Alex Gordon is the last chance for Kansas City to keep things alive tonight. On the first pitch, he sprays a high fly ball into the opposite corner. Colby Rasmus is there, and the Astros come riding into town and take game 1 of this American League Division Series against Kansas City. For John Smoltz, A.J. Pierzynski, and J.P. Morosi, Matt Vasgersian, we'll be right back here at Kauffman Stadium. The Astros have taken game 1. Fox Sports Live starts right now.